I am going to call to order the Monday, May 17th, 2021 regular meeting of the Ferguson Township Board of Supervisors. And I'll just ask everybody who's joining to mute their microphone. Dave's going to probably reinforce that here in a minute when he lets everybody know how to participate in this meeting and takes a roll call.
Yes, thank you. I can do that now if you'd like. And thanks everybody for joining. I apologize here. I'm trying to manage admitting people into the room. I think I got everybody now, but welcome to the May 17th regular meeting of the Ferguson Township Board of Supervisors. This meeting's been advertised in accordance with the Pennsylvania Sunshine Act as a virtual meeting conducted using the Zoom telemeeting platform. If you are here tonight joining as a member of the public to speak on behalf of an agenda item, if you could just please enter your name, municipality of residence, and if applicable, the topic that you wish to speak on by using the chat feature at the bottom of your screen. Prior to commencing this evening, there's a few procedural items to cover. First, as I noted before, the evening has been structured as a Zoom meeting format. It's not the typical webinar format that we had done up until, well, really just before our last meeting. If you are here as a member of the public, or if you're not speaking, please mute your microphones, as the chair just pointed out. Helps to reduce the ambient noise and helps keep the meeting a little bit more manageable. Also, the chat is not monitored, so just please refrain from using the chat to ask questions or to offer comment, as your comment or question will go unnoticed. Please, board members, if you can indicate your name when motioning or seconding a motion so that the minutes can accurately reflect the action taken, that would be very helpful. And then finally, I'll take a roll call, the Board of Supervisors, to ensure that everybody that is here can interact using the Zoom meeting platform. Please indicate you're here when your name is called. Ms. Danini?
Here.
Mr. Miller?
Here.
Mr. Mitra?
Oh, here.
Gotcha. Ms. Stevens?
Here.
Ms. Strickland?
Here.
Madam Chair, we have a quorum. Thank you.
Okay, and thank you very much, Dave. So the first thing that we're going to do tonight together is the Pledge of Allegiance. And then prior to citizens input, I'm going to be reading a board statement. That's not found on your agenda, but it's in reference to the act of violence that occurred last Wednesday. And the board felt it was important to get this on the agenda for the community. So with that said, if everyone can please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Feel free to join in. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay, as I mentioned, prior to citizens input, I'm going to be reading a statement that the board plans to release on its behalf in regard to the incident that occurred last week. So after I read the statement, I will look to the board for a motion to approve this as our statement on this act. And then we can discuss that. And then we can have input on this particular item, should citizens choose to provide input. And then we can take a vote on that. So first I'll read our statement. The Ferguson Township Board of Supervisors express our sincere sympathy and concern for the person who was subjected to a violent act of anti-Asian hate in Ferguson Township on Wednesday, May 12th. This kind of act will not be tolerated by Ferguson Township, and our police are doing everything in their power to find and charge the person responsible for this hateful act of violence. Recently, the Board of Supervisors declared May of 2021 as Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month to raise awareness about the wonderful culture and diversity that the AAPI individuals bring to our community. The same night, we passed a resolution against the hate and violence that we have seen on the rise in our country against individuals of AAPI heritage, and called on our neighbors in our community and around the nation and globe to respect human dignity and stop bias, prejudice, and hate. We urged all to stand up against acts of hate or bias, and those were not just hollow words. Acts of racial and xenophobic hate and violence are not representative of the community we wish to build, and we will use every resource available to ensure individuals who choose to perpetrate those acts will be brought to justice and that their victims will be supported and cared for. We stand united with our fellow municipalities in the Center Region Council of Governments in working to make the Center Region a welcoming, safe, livable, and vibrant community for all. So with that, I'd like to ask for a motion to approve this as our statement against this act.
This is Patty. I make a motion that we approve that as our statement of against that act.
Thank you. And do we have a second?
This is Lisa. I'll second.
Thank you. Do we have any discussion? Or did I ask for public? Let's do discussion first and then we'll ask for public comment on the matter. Do we have any discussion from the board? Prasenjit.
Yes, I would like to denounce the act of violence like everyone else. And since I heard about it, I've been thinking as to what can we do as a community to understand that this actually not only hurts the person who was hurt, but it also hurts certain members of the community who, when they are walking, are fearing that they will be next in line. And that is the sense of freedom that's taken away that creates more division in our community. And I would like, sometimes I do not know who did this. And if anyone has observed anything with respect to this particular event, I would ask them to come forward to our chief or to report that to our police so that action can be taken. And sometimes people think of this thing as maybe, especially with respect to some young groups, I've seen them treat this as fun, as just a small thing. And it's not a small thing because of the psychological impact that it has on certain parts of the community. And so before anyone just tries to do that as a joke or for fun, or I'm not saying that this was the case, I don't know enough to make that, but I've seen some cases where people think that, oh, it was just a joke. And these jokes have long-standing impact on our community, and I would like you to consider what you're doing and the implications of it. And with respect to what can we do, I do not have a solution, but I would ask everyone that if you see something happening like this, please report it. We need to know. That's the first step towards making sure that these things do not happen. And if you witness a crime, or if you have been the victim of such incidents, please let the authorities know. I know it is hard for you to talk about it and to go around and try to identify who has done it to you. And I would respect those who do not want to come forward. But I think in the interest of understanding the extent of the problem and not taking such abuse, I would ask everyone to come forward and make a report if they have been a victim of such hateful acts. So that's all I would like to say with respect to this matter. Thanks for giving me the time.
Thank you. Thank you, Prasenjit. That was very well put. And I also feel assured that if an individual doesn't feel supported, if they feel fearful, that it very well could go unreported. And it's really important that we get these things reported. And I appreciate your voice in urging that. So we need to be open to hearing that and addressing that. Thank you. Others? Lisa.
Thank you, Laura, for allowing us the time to put together this statement and issue it. And thank you, Prasenjit, for those comments. Of course, I wholeheartedly agree. And it's just so distressing, infuriating, scary that this happened. And so I appreciate us taking the time to address it, and would say that we won't stop addressing it with just this statement. So it's particularly disappointing following our last meeting where we did issue those proclamations. So I'd feel, I just would want to reiterate that this wouldn't be the last time we'll be discussing it. I hope everyone feels comfortable in bringing their comments forward if they have some. Thanks.
Thank you, Lisa. Others? Okay, I'd like to open it up to public comment, please. Would anybody in the public like to comment on the statement that I read? Okay, I'm seeing none, Dave, but I can't see everybody at once any longer.
I don't see any hands. If you want to provide comment, if you want to use the raise hand feature so we can call you out and you can unmute, I mean.
Thank you for that show of support, Mr. Harvey. Okay, seeing no
Nope.
Did we have a hand, Dave?
No, we don't.
No, okay.
My mistake. Thank you.
No problem. Okay, seeing no public comment, I'll call for a vote from the board. So all in favor of this motion to support this statement, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Motion passes unanimously. All right, next, we will move on to citizens' input for items that are not on the agenda. So if you'd like to comment on anything not on the agenda, please raise your electronic hand and state your name and your township of residence. And we do try to limit this to 5 minutes per person, especially when we have a large group. Time to comment on agenda items will be reserved during the discussion of those items. Do we have any public comment on items not on the agenda?
And again,
Okay, I'm
if
seeing-
anybody wants to provide comment, if you just want to raise your virtual hand, or I'm not seeing anything.
Okay. Okay, so seeing none, let's move on to the approval of the minutes, please. I would like to entertain a motion to approve the May 3rd, 2021 Ferguson Township Board of Supervisor regular meeting minutes.
So moved, Prasenjit.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
A second, Steve.
Great. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, thank you. Motion passes unanimously. Next up, special reports. First up, Mr. Dave Provalka, Township Manager, with the COVID-19 response report. Dave, thank you.
Thank you and good evening. There's really two notable developments that I'll report on tonight. And as always, any items of local or regional significance to the pandemic response, you can find more detail by visiting the Center Region Ready Facebook page or the COG website at crcog.net. As well as the townships and website and the Borough State College website, where we have the updated information available as well. First, as a follow-up to the April 27th guidance that was issued by the Department of Health and the Centers for Disease Control, there are new, of course, masking guidelines for fully vaccinated people. These were issued by the Centers for Disease Control, took effect on May 13th. The revised guidelines lift the masking and social distancing mandates for fully vaccinated individuals in most scenarios, not all, when indoors or outdoors. Vaccinated individuals will still be required to wear masks on planes, buses, trains, and other forms of public transportation traveling into, within, or outside the United States, and in the United States transportation hubs, such as airports and stations. Fully vaccinated international travelers arriving in the United States are still required to get tested 3 days before travel by air into the United States or show documentation of recovery from COVID-19 in the past 3 months, and should still get tested 3 to 5 days after their trip. Full list of regulations and additional information on the amended guidance can be found on the Centers for Disease Control website at cdc.gov. That being said, state and local regulations do still preempt federal guidelines and the masking requirements enacted by the Ferguson Township Ordinance number 1064, as was adopted on January 18th of this year. And they remain in effect until modified by the Board of Supervisors. Acting PA Health Secretary Allison Beam announced last week that the state regulations are mirroring the CDC guidance. Therefore, if the local ordinance is amended, new masking guidelines can apply in Ferguson Township. It is worth reiterating that lifting the masking and social distancing mandates will only apply to vaccinated individuals. Currently, all children and adults ages 12 and up are eligible to receive the COVID-19 vaccine in the US. Please do the right thing, and if you're able to, get vaccinated. Secondly, it's also important to note that the center region municipalities may have variations in their local regulations. It's important that if you're familiar with the local regulations that are in place, even if you're traveling nearby. Should the board modify the COVID-19 ordinance in Ferguson Township, it won't apply to jurisdictions outside the township. And while regionally, I think we've endeavored to have some consistency in our regulations, that's not to be assumed, and residents may still be fined or cited for violations of other local ordinances that take place in their jurisdictions. Quick word on the numbers. Countywide, there have been 16,687 confirmed cases, representing an increase of 276 from my last report. And there have been 69,139 negative cases reported on the Pennsylvania COVID-19 dashboard in Center County as of May 16th. There have been 222 deaths attributed to the virus in Center County. In Pennsylvania, the confirmed number of cases has reached 996,393, an additional 189,850 probable cases, with 26,816 deaths. More information on local conditions and response efforts, again, can be found on the State College Borough and Ferguson Township website. And I'll conclude my report by thanking residents and business owners in the township for your patience as we recover from this crisis. I'll be happy to answer any questions from the board.
Thank you, Dave. Board, any questions? Okay, seeing none, with that, we'll move on to Ms. Ziff's report from SCLO Center Region Library. Thank you.
Hi. We're turning toward everything possible to take SCLO into the next phase, which includes a step-by-step reopening plan that keeps safety as our top priority. We will announce specifics shortly about our second phase of in-person browsing in early June, occurring just in time for summer reading. Please be assured that we're as eager as you are to get back to the SCLO you know. Thank you again for your patience, input, trust, and support as we navigate this exciting next chapter for SCLO Center Region Library together. In 2020, Ferguson Township checkouts were the highest in the COG. Residents' checkouts were 29.9% of all COG circulation. In 2020, 25,199 items were returned to the remote book drops located at Giant in Northland Plaza and the Clearfield Bank and Trust in Pine Grove Mills. In programs for children, we've had an excellent attendance at our 2 winter author events with Gail Galligan and Karina Jan Glazer. We're also having a great partnership with a Discovery Space for our 2 Elementary Explorers program. This summer, we're doing a virtual farm visit, learning about birds of prey with Shavers Creek, learning about bugs with Ryan the Bug Man, and getting an up-close view of venomous and non-venomous reptiles with Forgotten Friend Reptile Sanctuary. In programs for adults, more than 100 attendees enjoyed virtual activities surrounding this year's book choice for Center County Reads, and that book was The Address Book. And we are also teaming up with Happy Valley Adventure Bureau and local Historia to present Hidden Happy Valley. This series of short virtual tours focuses on the lesser-known history behind some of our favorite spots across the region. Lastly, recently Center Gives occurred, and we should note that many Ferguson Township residents show their appreciation for SCLO with very generous donations.
Great. Thank you very much for that report, Ms. Ziff. Do board members have any questions or comments? Lisa?
I just had one quick question. Thanks so much for your report. I was just wondering if the curbside pickup is going to continue when the lobby pickups start up, or is that just going to be discontinued at that time?
Yeah, it's going to continue if someone is uncomfortable going into the lobby. But most people are, it seems like, comfortable going into the lobby, and so they will be.
Okay.
But for those who are still uncomfortable, it will be offered.
Great, thank you.
Great. Others? Okay, thank you very much for your report. And thank
Okay,
you for
thank
all
you.
you're doing. Those sound like some really interesting programs.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, with that, we end our reports and move to unfinished business. First up is a review of the draft discrimination ordinance and Center County Human Relations Commission Memorandum of Understanding. This will be presented by Dave Prabalka.
Thank you. And normally I try not to just kind of review what's in the narrative, but I think it's the best way to kind of present this, which is a long topic that has a long history. And I want to just kind of update the board with how we got to where we're at with this draft, give you an opportunity to review it, ask any questions, but I'm not actually asking for any formal action to be taken tonight, just to kind of refamiliarize you if you have already been on the board, or if you've been on the board long enough to have experienced the last time we talked about this, or if you're new to the board, then give you an opportunity to orient you a little bit on what we're discussing. But starting in 2017, the board took action to direct staff to start developing a discrimination ordinance, really, of course, an anti-discrimination ordinance. And the intention of the ordinance has kind of evolved a little bit. It started with a kind of a narrow charge of addressing acts of discrimination in employment, housing, and public accommodations for on the basis of gender identity and sexual orientation, which is actually not covered by the Pennsylvania Human Relations Act. So it was kind of an intentional omission by the Pennsylvania Human Relations Act, because they clarified in their guidance that while it wasn't prohibited in the state law, the state legislation, local governments and municipalities are permitted through their own ordinances to prohibit that discriminatory act. So that's where this started a number of years ago. Apologies for that. So, however, where it's evolved to, and what you see in your draft today, is really a kind of a broader provision or prohibition of discrimination in employment, housing, public accommodations, and residential real estate related transactions based on the following: race, color, religion, ancestry, age, national origin, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity or expression, source of income, disability or handicap, presence of a service animal, pregnancy, marital or familial status, or family responsibility. So it's broadened its focus a little bit in the draft that you're seeing to, in some cases, mirror the language that's in the Human Relations Act and in the Commonwealth. And that's done intentionally because a complainant or somebody who's alleging discrimination has the opportunity to dual file or jointly file in both jurisdictions and have their grievance heard and arbitrated and resolved by either the State Human Relations Commission or what's being proposed to be developed here in this ordinance, the Center County Human Relations Commission. Thus far, the main players in this draft ordinance have been Ferguson Township, State College Borough, and Bellefonte Borough. But there has been some discussion with other Center Region and Center County municipalities about participating in this regional Human Relations Commission, enacting similar prohibitions against discrimination on these protected classes in these various arenas. And it's likely that either at the beginning of this, if it is adopted, there may be more than just those three municipalities that are participatory. So in addition to prohibiting the conduct, the discrimination as described, as I just mentioned, there is an establishment in the ordinance of a Center County Human Relations Commission. They would be the ones that would investigate complaints, or in most cases, assign an investigator, an independent investigator, such as the municipal manager of the jurisdiction, to conduct the investigation, to present them with findings of fact. And then the task of the commission would be to mediate, conciliate, resolve any founded violations if the situation were warranted, and if that's what it came down to. So also with the agenda, not just the draft ordinance that's been worked on thus far, but a draft memorandum of understanding that would establish this Center County Human Relations Commission, CCHRC, and that is up for any review, questions, comments the board may have. So again, I'm not asking for any action specifically from the board this evening, but I wanted to orient you and give you an opportunity to have any questions or comments factored in. The way we're proceeding kind of regionally with this anyway, tentatively of course, is to have this presented for a public hearing and consideration for enactment sometime this summer, likely July or August, depending on how, what the involvement is of the other municipalities and how much additional feedback and comment we get tonight. That's all that I have for an introduction. I can answer any questions that you may have or address any comments that you might have. I can note down and bring back for further review.
Thank you so much, Dave, for that really thorough, well done introduction, and for being with this since the beginning when the conversation was initiated, and really working on it. So I will open it up to board members for questions and for discussion. And then I'll just add that there have been a lot of eyes on these documents, a lot of folks here regionally that know a lot about this area and the state looking at this. So it has been through multiple reviews. So I know some of this language might be somewhat new to some of us. So just opportunity for question or comment, board members. Okay. Do we basically support this effort and moving forward with the idea of a county operation and a regional effort to move in this direction? Okay. All right, so I'm seeing, Dave, that folks don't have questions, but that they support this to continue to move forward. So I guess we can continue to do that work and look forward to seeing something perhaps for adoption midsummer.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Just appreciate an opportunity to kind of present it back to you all. I should note, and I indicate in the narrative, that there are some unanswered questions that still remain to have legal review. Primarily this issue of dual filing that I alluded to earlier. I think there is a little bit of, I don't want to say disagreement, but at least there's some things that need to be addressed with the different municipalities that have talked about this thus far, about whose responsibility it is to dual file. Is it the complainant? Is it the municipality? Is it perhaps both, a shared obligation? Or what our obligation should be in that scenario? Simply to notify the applicant of their rights to dual file, or to actually handle the dual filing on their behalf. And there are, moving pieces to all of those. And, part of the concern is about what this does to the statute of limitations on some of these complaints. If it, is extending that statute or that time period by a period of months, or perhaps even a year or more, then I think that we want to be aware of what that might do to either the complainant or to the organization who's alleged to have committed a violation. So that's something that we still want to pin down a little bit better, but we've got top people working on that right now. And I'll be able to report back very soon on that. And then, secondly, we do have to, massage a little bit. Of course, we got to get firm commitments from the municipalities that want to partner in this, out of the chute, out of the gate. There are also provisions in the MOU that will address, those that may want to come after the establishment, may see what we're doing, want to model that, want to be a part of that. So we'll be able to address that as well. But then there's an issue of cost. I think, State College Boroughs had this ordinance in place, similar one, not exactly the same, for a number of years, has had, experience with it that is not, overly concerning. They've had a few complaints over the years. They've all just about but one been able to be resolved in the mediation stage of it, which is reassuring. That's what we'd hoped would come. But we do have to pin down a little bit what the cost might be with a lengthy adjudication if it does wind up not being able to get resolved, and how those costs are going to be distributed and borne by the participating municipalities. So more questions at this point that need to be answered, but as soon as we can get some resolution and firm this up a little bit, I'll present it back to you in a very similar format to what you see today, so we can move it forward to public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave, for once again the amazing explication of this fantastically complicated item that I know we all support policy-wise, but in terms of working out the details, can be very complicated. And like you said, it can affect multiple parties' rights. And so it's really important to get it right. And that's one of the reasons why the conversation has gone on for so long. So thank you very much. And with that, certainly want to provide any opportunity for public comment on this item. And if there's no public comment, we will move on. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands up. All right, so let's move on then to new business. First up, the consent agenda. I'd like to entertain a motion to accept the treasurer's report and approve the consent agenda.
Make a motion to accept the treasurer's report and approve the consent agenda.
Sanjit, second.
Thank you. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Motion passes unanimously. Next up, a public hearing on a conditional use permit application for 1518 West College Avenue Center Animal Hospital will be introduced by Planning and Zoning Director Jenna Wargo.
Thank you. An application for a conditional use permit for the use of property located at 1518 West College Avenue as a veterinarian clinic has been filed with the township by the property owner, Tussey Tracks LLC. The applicant proposes to consolidate two lots, that's 1518 and 1512 West College, raise the building on 1512 West College, and renovate the existing Center Animal Hospital building located at 1518 West College. The township zoning ordinance and the municipality's planning code require a public hearing on the application. The board must take action to approve or deny the application within 45 days following the hearing. As part of an approval, the board may attach reasonable conditions and safeguards related to the conditional use standards detailed in the zoning ordinance. Provided with the agenda is a copy of memorandum from myself describing the findings of fact and recommended conditions from staff and planning commission's reviews. The board will conduct a public hearing on the application for conditional use permit for the Tussey Tracks LLC Center Animal Hospital. Chair Danini will preside over the hearing. This evening, the board is asked to direct township manager to prepare a written decision for review and approval of the June 7th regular meeting. So included in the agenda is a draft findings of fact provided by PZ staff. Let's see if I can get this up. We also have the applicants here with us tonight, Todd Smith, as well as property owners at Tussey Tracks LLC. They also have renderings, and they would like to walk the board through what they are proposing with their eventual land development plan if this is approved. Number 13 and 14 is really staff's review of this conditional use application. There aren't any conditions within specifically related to this use in our ordinance. So it really came down to staff and planning commission looking at the context of this use, where it's located, what it is, and identifying any issues that we believe may have arisen from this. They have been operating at this location for many years without any issues being brought to our attention for enforcement. They have been operating as a non-conforming use in a non-conforming building. And I think the board probably remembers that they were recently on the agenda for 5 or so variances for this expansion that they are proposing. They are located West College and Owens would be these 2 lots that they'd be looking to consolidate and doing an addition on this existing building right here. If the board has any questions of me, I'm happy to answer them. Otherwise, we have Todd Smith with us, and he can provide the renderings and walk everyone through what they're proposing.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Board questions? If not, let's move to, did you say Mr. Smith? I'm not seeing him yet on.
Todd Smith would be with ELA.
Okay. All right, board, any questions? Okay, let's move on. Oh, Steve.
I just wanted to be clear on what the conditional use application covers, because it's been a while since we did one. This just covers the actual use of the property as a veterinary hospital, not the changes to the building or the consolidation of the lots. Is that right?
Correct. Yes,
Okay.
this is only for the use of this.
Okay.
Thanks for that clarification, Steve. Mr. Smith?
Yes, hi. My name's Todd Smith. I'm with ELA Group. We are the site civil engineering company working on the project for the owners for Tussie Tracks. With me or also online is Ms. Connie Passmore. She is a partner and the hospital director. Dr. Deborah Smart is online. She is a partner and a veterinarian at the hospital. And Kevin Miller is online as well. He is the architect for the project. Is it possible I share my screen? All right. So as Jenna noted, the property is an existing property. It was built in 1987 as the veterinarian hospital, Center Animal Hospital. They've been functioning and operating there. And they recently purchased the adjacent property in late 2020. And it's the old Miser Earl building. It's a former residential property that was converted into an office building. It's now unoccupied. The plan that we are looking at doing, this is the existing conditions building. There's Owens Drive. There's an access off of Owens Drive and no parking area, an existing building and some sidewalks. A parking lot between the 2 buildings under existing conditions. This is currently the property line that goes through and separates 1512 and 1518. And then there's a smaller parking lot behind the office building that you can access through around, and then there's a secondary access onto West College Avenue. What the plan is to consolidate the 2 properties into one. And over the years, the veterinarian services have progressed and grown, and the owners are planning this expansion and rehabilitation of the existing property and building to meet the needs of their clients and the owners of their clients. The red, as you see on here, is the existing building. And so that will remain and it will be renovated interiorly, but it will also be expanded, as you can see. Access will remain off of Owens Drive, where we'll come in, have a double bay of parking, circulate through the lot or through the property. Again, have another double bay of parking, where this will be primarily staff and doctor parking, and this will be primarily client and owner parking. So as rendering, this would be what we would looking at in plan view. In elevation, exterior elevation, this is the public entry area from the parking lot. There's a covered awning, and what's happened or occurred over COVID, because of the limitations on building occupancies, they've do more curbside service where they come, they meet the owner in the parking lot and take the pet into the facility, perform the treatment or the diagnostic, and then could take them back out. So they think that at some level after COVID is no longer a major player in their operations. They may still continue to do some of that curbside type of service. So there's a covered awning at the main entry area that will be able to be used to do those kinds of drop off and pickup. And then from the West College Avenue view, this would be the view as you would see from the street. There's a nice combination of some stone brought in, windows and glazing along the front, windows along the parking area, and a combination of some exterior siding materials, differences in roof slopes and elevations where we currently just have a basic gable structure. This has much more dynamic roof lines and slopes and a lot more interest as you come down the corridor and look at the expansion. This is a conditional use only because the properties are combined less than 1 acre. We did get a variance for it to be a conditional use application to be able to have it on property less than 1 acre. Combined, they are 0.94 acres, so just under 1 acre. So that's the overall sort of introduction of it. We will be providing to planning and going through the planning commission and coming back to you as the board a land development plan in the near future, should this conditional use be approved. So I'll entertain or take any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mhm.
I cannot see all board members, but do board members have any questions? And then I just need to keep track of this being a public hearing. So after we finish with our question period, we will then go to public comment directly for that public hearing. Okay, questions from the board? Thank you very much for that nice presentation and that overview. All right, with that, let's go to public comment. Any public comment? It's a public hearing, and this is your opportunity to comment on this item. Okay, I'm not seeing any. Dave? Okay, then let's go to a motion and then open to board discussion.
Yeah, this is Steve. I'll move that the Board of Supervisors close the public hearing and direct the township manager to present findings of fact and a written decision to the board for consideration of the June 7th regular meeting.
You? Do I have a second?
This is Patty, I'll second.
Thank you. All right, board discussion on the motion.
I'll start.
Steve?
I think it's, I'm certainly in favor of granting this conditional use. I think that they've been operating there a very long time, and it's a good location for access. So I think fully in favor of making it a approved use rather than a grandfathered in use of the property, and then allow the that would allow for the changes in the layout. So
Thank you, Steve. Yes, and full disclosure, I don't know, I've never been in this situation before, but I guess I should disclose that I am I don't know, my cats are patients of Center Animal Hospital. So full disclosure there. All right, any other discussion? I have one item for discussion. So I just wanted to just bring to the table that there was a staff recommendation that the business will not operate 24 hours, 7 days a week. And then I believe the Planning Commission recommended that that condition be removed. And I just wanted to have a brief discussion about that. First, I wanted to hear from staff on their thoughts behind that recommendation. And then I'd like to hear about what the Planning Commission had to say in that respect. And then I'd like to open it up to board comment or questions or thoughts on that.
Yeah, so when the Planning Commission originally reviewed these conditions, we had their hours of operation as well included within the condition, and they thought that that was too restrictive. Staff, we see the enforcement side of these things, and we needed to provide some sort of mechanism if there were to be issues that were to arise from the residential houses that are directly behind this veterinary clinic. So at the end, working with the applicants, staff was good with ending with this will not operate as a 24/7 clinic just to respect the residential neighbors that are around them.
Okay, thank you. And so the Planning Commission was really focused on a previous bullet 5 that was more restrictive.
Yeah, we had hours of operation from 6 a.m. to whatever, or p.m. And it's more of a range. It's not to say you can't operate outside of those times, but it's really if an issue were to arise, we would then have this to
Okay.
put into it. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Any board conversation about that? I'm ready to move on from that question, but Steve?
Well, I would say, I think that we should have in there, except in emergency situations or something.
Mhm.
I think, you don't want to restrict somebody from bringing a pet in at 3 a.m. in an emergency, but you just don't want regular office hours to be 24 hours a day. So I think there should be something to indicate that an emergency situation does not, that doesn't apply there.
Thanks, Steve. Oops, I just accidentally closed Zoom. Hang on. Okay, there we are. So the way I'm reading the current bullet 5, that it would be fine to do something like that. So I think that staff is probably accommodated for that. Is that how staff is reading that too? That would be fine, but just in terms of hours of operation, we wouldn't be seeing a 24/7. Okay.
Advertised as a 24/7 Metzger Animal Hospital. Yeah.
Right. Gotcha. Okay. All right, Lisa.
I just wanted to ask, so there's no kennel service offered there? Or is there?
No, there is no kennel service. The only pets that would possibly need to stay overnight is a surgical pet if they need to stay for observation.
Right.
But it's not going to be a kennel operation at all.
Okay, thank you.
Good question. Okay, so let's see here. I think that I would like to call for a vote, and this would be a roll call vote.
This would not be the conditional
Okay.
use when it's actually at the next meeting. It's a good question. At the
Okay.
next meeting, when the consideration is to approve or deny,
Okay,
then we would.
all
do a
right.
roll call.
I remember we talked about that Friday and then I was drawing a blank. All right, so let's go to a voice vote on this. So all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, next up is the presentation of the 2020 Township Audit by Baker Tilly, presented by Mr. Eric Anderson, Director of Finance, and John Compton of Baker Tilly.
Well, good evening, everyone. John Compton here. With me tonight is Christine Zorner and Jamie Ritter from our firm, and we're going to try to get through this draft audit presentation in the space of about 20 minutes here, in the interest of time. Now, I say that the preparation of a set of financial statements in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles and the audit thereof in this day and age is a highly complex technical matter. So trying to condense that into a 20-minute discussion is a bit of a tall order. So if there's anything we don't cover in sufficient detail as we kind of move through this, please don't hesitate to stop us. We're here for you and happy to spend as much time as may be necessary here. So the audit is moving along nicely. I would say we're probably 85 to 90% complete at this point in time. In addition to your comprehensive annual financial report, which is the larger audited financial statement, there's also a filing that gets done with the Pennsylvania Department of Community and Economic Development. That piece is essentially done. The comprehensive annual financial report is due June 30. So that is coming down the home stretch. We think we'll be finished with that piece of the audit likely later in May or into early June. Many thanks to David and Eric. They have their day jobs to do, and an audit involves us. It's quite an involved process of us needing to see various bits and pieces of information. Our process is one of gathering evidence. So we need to pester the folks there at the township quite a bit to get this work done. And this year, the bulk of it was done remotely. So that was a little bit of a twist. And, you know, they were well prepared for us and answered the bell at every turn. So we appreciate that. This presentation that we have tonight is probably in the vicinity of about 60 slides. We will make this available to you, but in the interest of time, we're going to kind of just hit the highlights here. So I think Christine's sharing her screen. Christine, if we could move along to slide 6, please. Okay. So there in slide 6, I think this does a pretty nice job of summarizing who does what in an audit process. I always tell boards or commissions or councils that management is responsible for keeping the books, kind of accounting for the township's activities on a day-to-day basis there, in the manner in which that information kind of rolls up into the form of a set of financial statements. Management is also responsible for what we refer to as the internal control over financial reporting, which is that system of checks and balances that the township has in place, its policies, its procedures, the way that you do things on a day-to-day basis. Our role as auditors, knowing that there are external third-party users of your financial statements, the federal government, the state government, your bondholders, your citizenry, etc. Our process is to lend assurance as to the accuracy of the financial statements, which we do in the form of providing an opinion on these financial statements. So it's an evidence gathering process. We document our work, and it all culminates in this opinion that we issue on your financial statements. For instance, at December 31st, 2020, the general fund reported roughly $7 million in cash within that fund. We think Dave and Eric are great guys, but we can't take their word for it. There's $7 million in cash. So we communicate directly with your bankers, your investment managers, your bond trustees, and so forth. And we refer to it as a confirmation process. We confirm that information. We compare it back with what the township has recorded on its books and follow up on any differences. Management keeps the books. The auditor's role is to gather evidence supporting the numbers in those financial statements and to issue an opinion on those financial statements. Christine, if we can move ahead to slide 12. Just to talk for a moment about key areas of focus of this process. Your cash and investments are a focal point of the audit. Your revenues and receivables, we're interested when it comes to these accrual basis accounts. Your receivables and payables, we're concerned about cutoff and reporting the right revenues and expenditures in the appropriate period. We focused on payroll. We make sure that we can reconcile the payroll expense per the general ledger back to your tax reporting, your 941 tax reporting. We audit your long-term debt. As I mentioned, we confirm that with your bond trustees. We audit capital asset activity. Ferguson has had a significant amount of capital activity here in the past several years. Your public works maintenance building, purchase of police vehicles, the administrative building renovations. There were trees that were purchased in 2020. Stormwater planning, traffic signals, somewhere in the neighborhood of just under $8 million in capital activity. So we're vouching that activity. We're making sure that it was bid properly. In terms of what's being capitalized, we look at the cost and the estimated depreciable lives of those assets. It's a pretty robust process overall. I think anyone involved from the township side would attest to the fact that we're not just kind of kicking the tires. It's a pretty involved undertaking. Slide 13, if we may. There on slide 13, we mentioned this notion of internal control, which I had touched on earlier in this presentation. As part of the audit process, we as auditors consider the internal control over financial reporting. We gain an understanding of it. We document that understanding and we design our audit procedures around that understanding. Generally speaking, the more robust a system of internal control, we might tend to test the controls as opposed to the balances. The less robust a system of internal control, we're testing more of the balances. While we don't give an opinion on the various processes, it's kind of like we're giving an opinion on the end output of those systems, which would be the financial statements. We do look at your internal control. If there's anything that we feel has some sort of shortcoming in it, we would have a responsibility to bring it to this board and report it as a finding within your audit. Happy to say that there were no issues in your internal control over financial reporting. There were no so-called material weaknesses or significant deficiencies, which are the terms that we would use to describe those types of things. Your folks do a nice job internally with the accounting, and we would not say that if that were not the case. And it makes a difference. As auditors, we need to remain independent. It's easier when the initial bookkeeping is done properly. We can kind of focus on the issues that would require our professional judgment versus the cash reconciliations which aren't done yet, that sort of thing. So appreciate that. Moving on to slide 15. Just want to point out to you that there are certain estimates involved in your financial statements. Everything is not a hard and fast number in modern accounting. There are estimates involved. The more significant estimates we can point to for you would be within your, as it relates to your police pension, defined benefit pension fund. You utilize an actuary. The actuary calculates what they refer to as a net pension liability. That figure at actually the total pension liability at December 31st, 2020 was about $7.6 million. There's all sorts of assumptions baked into that figure, assumptions regarding how well the pension plan investments are going to perform, assumptions regarding how long individuals are going to live, et cetera, et cetera. Another example of an estimate involved within your financial statements would be the estimated useful lives of your capital assets. In auditing investments, we take a look at the assumptions that are underlying those estimates, the professional individuals who may be involved, for instance, the actuaries and what their credentials are. We consider how estimates in this situation might compare to similar entities, other municipalities, and ultimately get comfortable that the assumptions that are used within these estimates are good ones. So just wanted to make that point that there are estimates involved in this process. Christine, if we can move ahead to slide 27. And again, folks, we'll make this full presentation available to you that you can read at your own time frame. There on slide 27, we mentioned this concept of non-attest services. I had mentioned this concept of independence previously, that we need to remain independent of the township. The kind of the golden rule of auditing is thou shalt not audit your own work. You cannot audit your own work because you will be biased. So anytime an auditor does something that's outside of an audit procedure, we need to be careful in doing so. And we're mentioning there in slide 27 certain non-attest services that we did perform for the township during 2020. Examples would be assisting with the preparation of the financial statements, maintaining capital asset records or depreciation records, proposing adjusting journal entries if there's some issue with the bookkeeping where we feel it might be better presented through an audit adjustment. The fact that we have done some non-attest services for Ferguson Township, we need to look at, I'm getting a bit of an echo here. Pause for a second. There we go. We need to look at management's ability to kind of oversee these non-attest services, and does management have the skills, knowledge, and expertise to kind of manage any non-attest work that we do. And in this case, we absolutely are confident in that. Okay, at this point, I'll pause and see if anyone has any questions on some of the more technical aspects of what we do as auditors. And
Any questions from the board? Okay, I'm not seeing any.
okay. I'll turn it over to Christine Zorner. At this point in time, Christine is a senior accountant with our firm, and she's going to walk us through some of the numbers within your financial statements.
Thank you.
Hello. Like John said, I'm Christine. I've been on the engagement for a few years. I think this maybe is going to be my 4th year. Just going to kind of walk you through the general fund, the budget versus actual. I don't know how well you guys can see this. If you need me to zoom in, I'll try to zoom in a little bit better here. So every year we normally take your budget that Eric gives us and we compare it to what you actually have. And then we have a threshold of differences that are allowable. And when they're over that threshold, we kind of test and dig deeper. So there's just a couple of ones that I want to point out here. We do have your original budget here on the left-hand side. On the final budget, there's a couple budget transfers that Eric gave me, so we'll update a couple of these numbers, but overall you didn't have many throughout the year. Looking at these, the biggest one probably for your revenue was you did not budget initially for the COVID money, which nobody did, at the time. So your COVID money that you received is about $185,000. We tested that, we looked at the grant, we tested the expenses to make sure that they were in compliance with the grant, and we had no issues there. Everything else for the most part was pretty comparable. The charges for services, you had a lot less permits, which kind of, I think, follows in line with the COVID impacts and things and people doing less things like that. For the expenditures, you did have some variances here of overall less expenditures, which mostly that really was due to COVID. I mean, you had so many less projects, you had a lot less supplies and purchases, repairs. Your overall payroll was down. There wasn't overtime like you had in the previous year. We do a pretty extensive testing over the payroll, and there were no issues there. It truly was just a decrease of hours and activity there, which kind of plays a part into most of these categories. The biggest one I think was for your park updates. There was a little bit less compared to your budget this year. I think you guys had planned to do a couple more projects maybe that just didn't occur due to COVID. This is also just the general fund. We'll look at the capital reserve fund for your new public works building. But does anyone have any questions over this overall?
If I can, Christine, can you go back to that slide?
Yep.
Just to kind of highlight two numbers at the bottom. So you'll see in the parentheses under or titled net changes in fund balance. This is typically what I'd like to call the board's attention to, because it's, a really good description of our reserves, how they were impacted by the fiscal year, how our actual expenditures comparatively stacked up against the budgeted expenditures. And the two numbers in the bottom right, the 223,609, that's the depletion of our depletion. That's the kind of tap into our reserves, our fund balance that was actually realized. The 1.64 million just next to it is what was budgeted for us to tap into our reserves. And I guess if you want to characterize it this way, in the bottom right, the 1.416 million, 1,416,788 is how much we beat our budgeted expenditures by in the general fund. So those three numbers alone kind of tell a story that even despite significantly beating our projections for expenditures, we were still in the red by $223,000 in the 2020 budget as far as what we had to tap into our fund balances for.
Thanks, Dave.
Thank you.
And then here's just some general analysis points that we kind of make about this. We always kind of look at your fund balance and see, does it actually represent a decent amount to cover expenditures if anything were to happen? Based on your expenses and our calculations, your general fund balance of 8.3 million at 12/31/20 would cover about 246 days of spending, which we deem that's a healthy amount there. Your actual revenues were 1% over budget, which is always good, and your expenditures were 10% under budget. And then that's prior to the transfers, because your transfers were just transferring to different funds and things. So that was before that.
Christine, if I may, there on slide 31. We usually advocate for general purpose governments to maintain somewhere in the neighborhood of about 2 months worth of operating expenditures in their general fund balance as at a minimum. Ferguson's is closer to about 8 months worth of operating expenditures, depending upon whether we include in that figure transfers out to other funds. Certainly the township is pretty well set financially. That's a good position to be in times like these where there's so much uncertainty out there. You're poised to incur unanticipated expenditures, if there's a sudden drop in revenues, or just to take advantage of opportunities as they present themselves. So that's that's a good solid measure there.
Thanks,
So
John.
the next slide here we have is just to show you where your fund balance kind of went. I mean, you went up a decent amount here, but then, kind of overall comparable. Okay, so then this is the capital reserve. We typically pick the funds, like the major funds, to show the budget to actual. We don't go through each of your funds and do this. So this was the other one that had the most activity throughout the year, probably this year, with the TIF fund as well. But for the revenues, just something I want to point out here, you guys had only budgeted about $3,900 for the intergovernmental. You actually received the recycling grant money of $231,000, which we had seen from Eric, that money come in for equipment purchases. So that's that difference kind of there. And then for the expenditures, you had budgeted for the public works maintenance facility, meaning the building, the $8.1 million. The reason it's a little bit lower here, you guys expected to complete the project in 2020. But due to COVID delays, you're actually pouring in a little bit to 2021. So that will meet the gap kind of once you look at that finished project in 21. That kind of goes for the transfers in too, because you're having the money transferred in to pay for some of those bills and things. That's why that's down there as well. Are there any questions on this fund? They're all pretty straightforward, I think.
Questions?
Then just some analysis here. This is what I was saying. The debt fund includes the unused bond proceeds, and that's where the transfers of money come in for the capital reserve fund to cover those costs. As of year end, the capital reserve fund balance was actually $0 because we can't show a negative fund balance in that fund. So we have a transfer coming from the debt service to cover the remaining expenses at year end for the capital reserve, which is related to the public works building project. Your construction in progress is 4.8 million at year end related to that project. That was the only thing that you had in CIP at year end. So next year, once you complete the project, we'll be able to move that out into the buildings line item that you'll have on your statements. I think that's all I had there. I don't know if you have any questions. That's kind of the more in-depth portion of the numbers that you'll see for the presentation. So I don't know if anyone has any questions, but otherwise I'll let Jamie start to go over the few historical slides we have here.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board? I don't see any. All right.
Yeah,
Jamie?
hi everyone. I am. My name is James Ritter. This will be my second year on it. I was on the township's audit for some purposes last year, and then more involved this year. But yeah, these historical graphs, I don't want to go into too much depth. A lot of it has already been sort of stated, but you can. I do have the actual numbers. Being in the millions there, it's a little hard to get those to fit all, on top of each bar. But I think if we had this conversation a year ago, now in May of 2020, these overall revenues, it may have been surprising that they ended up where they are at 12/31/2020, because basically they're right in line with everything over the past couple of years. There's a little bit of a variance with real estate taxes going up. A little bit of earned income taxes, a slight dip there, but I think that was probably the big concern with unemployment and some other things in May, but things really recovered late in the summer and through the fall. The rest of the categories just kind of fell in line. I mean, you can see the ebbs and flows dating all the way back to 2015 here, but there was nothing really significant to point out in terms of the streams of money coming in.
Jamie, if I may jump in for a moment on that
Sure.
previous slide, just a word about the earned income tax. Baker Tilly audits a significant number of earned income tax collectors, probably across 35 5 or so counties in Pennsylvania. Looking at all of those counties, on average, the earned income tax collections were down somewhere between 1% to 5%. The more rural the county, interestingly, the more the collections were down. The more urban counties were closer to 1%, the more rural were in 5%. There in Center County, which we would consider to be a more urban type of area, your decrease is kind of right in step with what we've seen across a good swath of Pennsylvania. So, and I would echo what Jamie just said. A year ago, if you were to tell me that the earned income tax would only be down 2 to 3%, I would say, geez, we'll take that. That's much better than what I would have thought a year ago.
Interesting. Thank you very much. Jamie.
Yes, and then this is just sort of how we categorize the comprehensive report. Will go into much more detail, and I mean, you can see the actual numbers in these categories, but not a whole lot changed. I mean, very slight percentage changes between the revenues for the general fund, and same for expenses, which is the next slide. That they just kind of bounced back, right? I mean, again, if we were auditing at a year end of 6/30, it'd be very different. But I mean, things recovered or changed, and there's not really a much to highlight here that's worthwhile, I guess, if that makes sense.
John, I think
Yeah,
this is
so-
you for a wrap up, maybe, if you want to touch
sorry.
on any of these final slides here. Thank you, Jamie.
No problem. Thank you.
I think we'll stop right there.
Okay.
Sorry, I couldn't tell if I was muted or unmuted.
You're fine.
The remainder of the presentation includes just food for thought type things that are available on our website regarding the federal stimulus funding, economic development, cybersecurity, those types of things. So you can certainly check those out if you're interested, and we'd be happy to chat with you on any of those things at any point in time. So thanks for your time tonight, everyone.
Well, thank you so much. And this report is always very interesting. My brain, I just feel it kind of like expanding because it's almost like a whole different language that we're talking when we talk about this, the language of accounting. So I appreciate all your good work. Do board members have any ending questions, comments, concerns, thoughts? Okay,
I'll just say thanks to Baker Tilly and the staff for all that work.
Absolutely, definitely, staff and consultants.
We
Dave.
appreciate it. Eric and David do a lot with this too, so thank you, gentlemen.
Yeah, thank you both.
Dave Prabalka,
you.
did you have your hand up?
Just a general, word of advice. So when the comprehensive financial report, or I guess, what are we calling it now? The annual comprehensive financial report comes out soon, please. And I encourage everybody that's on this Zoom to read it, spend a little time with it. You don't have to read the whole thing. But if it really is the best insight that you'll get into our overall financial stability. It's heavy on the numbers, but there's a lot of good narrative to help explain it. So we'll make that available to the board and make it available on our website as soon as we receive it. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. And Lisa, did I see you had your hand up a minute ago?
Yeah, thanks for the great presentation. I thought, the way that the slides are presented makes it really easily consumable for those of us not in the accounting world every day. So appreciate that. I just, was trying to start reflecting on it a little bit, but I think once we can go through the slides and the full report, it'll be interesting to see those numbers, and particularly I like looking at those historical comparisons. I think it's really helpful. So it was, good news that we didn't take such a big hit in revenue collection still something to think about that we had to dip into the general fund. So I think it's something we should all, keep in mind as we move into the capital improvement planning process here over the summer. So something to think about. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Lisa. I'll just add one kind of stray comment, I'll call it. I just thought it was really interesting to hear the explanation of the role of management in depreciation estimation. And so we have an asset that we invest in that's owned by another entity, and we invest through the regional government. And we always talk about the depreciation of that asset because we lease it. And there's a time period on the lease, and I'm always interested in, how much tax money we're investing into an asset we ultimately don't own. And, just the discussion of how it's depreciating and the role of estimation in that, just very interesting to me. And I really appreciate that. So expanded my mind a little bit on that. So, all right. With that, if there's no other questions or comments, let's move on. And thank you again.
Everyone. Good night.
All right. All right. Looks like next up is a board member request of the grass and weed ordinance amendment. This will be introduced by Prasenjit Mitra.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. We have a grass and weed ordinance, which I think is in the attachment provided for this meeting. And I would just like to, for us to consider the article number 10101A, which is essentially, or maybe 1A, which is essentially that the lawn should be at 6 inches. I'm paraphrasing. And I guess there are a couple of other clauses, which is about noxious weeds and so on. Those are, I think, deserved, but I would like a reconsideration of the first article, as well as 10105 number 3, which is asking for a permit from the township. Let me introduce, just say a few words as to why I have introduced an article in the agenda, which essentially outlines why mowing of lawns is an ecological disaster. And there are several articles that I'm going to read from right now. I won't go into all of them because of the time it takes, but some snippets. So this article is by the NRDC. It says that this has a devastating environmental impact. Every year across the country, lawns consume nearly 3 trillion gallons of water a year, which is perhaps not as much of a problem in Pennsylvania, but the next two are. 200 million gallons of gas for all that mowing, and 70 million pounds of pesticides. You may also know that turf grass, however welcome it looks on our bare feet, provides virtually no habitat for pollinators and other animals and plants that make up a healthy, diverse ecosystem. In fact, these lawns can do substantial harm to the environment and to both vertebrates and insects. Birds, for instance, may ingest berries and seeds that have absorbed pesticides from the ground. Likewise, rainwater runoff from lawns can carry pesticides and fertilizers into rivers, lakes, streams, and oceans via the sewer system. This can poison fish and other aquatic animals and harm humans who swim, surf, and eat seafood that may be contaminated. And then, of course, lawnmowers pollute the air. There are several other articles. Essentially, we do our children no favors when we think of dandelions as weeds and want them to be pulled. Well, there is a difference between weeds and noxious weeds. So the dandelion plant isn't actually technically considered a weed. though possibly the average person would probably describe it. The USDA's federal noxious weed list does not include dandelions as a weed, and so on. There are several other harmful impacts of lawn mowing. Apart from, it says, there is an article which says that about 5% of our air pollution comes from lawn mowers. And even other than the air pollution, homeowners spill some 17 million gallons of gasoline every year just trying to refuel their lawnmowers. I mean, I could go on with issues with respect to our bee population, but essentially the bottom line is that this is quoting Mara Silgalis, PhD board member of Clean Water Action, that lawn pesticides are not safe, not necessary. And I could go on about the issues with respect to that. It harms our water, it has been measured in urine, blood, and breast milk, and has contributed to a reduced bee population. There is some concern that increased lawns could result in the ticks, not mowing the lawns as often could result in the ticks tick population. However, as again, with an article that I have provided in the agenda, the second article, there's a study which shows that no, that's just a myth. And the tick population is not increased by having higher grass. So I guess I'll stop there. And so this is why I would urge the board members. I do not believe that, I don't see a point. We as Ferguson Township, we believe that we are and want to be good stewards of the environment. I think in 2017-14, we passed an environmental Bill of Rights. The Constitution of Pennsylvania protects the right to clean air, pure water, and so on. And we said that we want to be a model to our neighboring governments, peer governments, and lead by example. There is no particular benefit to society, and especially on a township basis, to require and force everyone to cut their lawns below 6 inches and take out weeds, including weeds that are not really harmful to anyone. And so I would like my fellow board members to consider that and pass it to our staff to review that, to come up with a recommendation.
Thank you very much, Prasenjit, for the presentation. I think how we'll manage this agenda item would be to go to board discussion and then to some public comment, and then probably back to board discussion for a motion at that time, if that's okay with other board members. So I'd like to open up the conversation to board members first. Steve.
Well, I'll say I wholeheartedly support Prasenjit's recommendation. I've at least twice in the past proposed to remove the entire ordinance, not just the one section. The thing that I think is interesting is, after seeing that this was on the agenda, I did a quick Google search of the question, does tall grass increase vermin? And I found that there were two types of articles I found. The first said, yes, it's a problem. It increases animals that are a problem. And every article I came across was from a pest control company that said that. Then there were the scientific articles in scientific magazines, which generally tended to say that less mowing increases biodiversity and is generally good for the overall environment. So I think that, I've maintained for quite a while that at least if we're going to have a ordinance that requires a certain height, I would propose it be at least, there would be a foot. My preference would be to get rid of it entirely. I've not been successful in that in the past, so I'm happy to see that I have at least one other board member that feels the way I do with it in general. So I would encourage that we go forward into looking into this anyway.
Thanks, Steve. I was recollecting your stance on removing of the entire ordinance when this came across the desk.
And that was the second time.
Yeah,
First time was about
exactly.
12 years ago. So
Other board members care to comment or ask any questions right now? Lisa.
I just wanted to clarify, so the ordinance applies to all residential areas, but not rural residential, not RA. Okay.
There are agricultural exemptions.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, and interestingly, like some of the fire safety ordinance items that we just recently passed, you can have out here outside the regional growth boundary, you can have a residential district where this ordinance is to be enforced, and then you can have a rural residential district where the ordinance isn't to be enforced. So there's a bit of it's not necessarily within or without the regional growth boundary. It's in the residential districts, R1 through R4.
Right, okay.
It's also enforced, or I believe covers, TSD, TTD, IRD, commercial. And I would, yeah, okay. So I guess I'll make one comment that I've noticed. For example, in the IRD, you'll have sometimes like clumps of what used to be maybe a tree or two, but now it's completely enveloped by invasive species such as the honeysuckle and Japanese barberry. And theoretically, if this ordinance were applied to that, all of those invasives would really need to be removed just to leave just the trees. So I think sometimes we look at something and think it belongs, but it doesn't necessarily according to this ordinance. So it just kind of has a perimeter, a distinct perimeter, so we don't think of it as a violation of the ordinance. That's just one thought or comment on this in this discussion. Lisa.
So then I guess my other two thoughts or questions are, we have the natural landscape permit process that somebody could apply for. I guess we don't have any current applications, but certainly some people have been interested in that because that's why we designed it and the board at the time enacted it. So that process is there. And then so I guess I'm wondering about why not follow that process instead of removing the ordinance altogether. And then the other question I would have is regarding HOAs. I assume, what is their typical requirement? I guess how would removing this affect or not affect any of those provisions? Since it is in effect right now, the ordinance, how does it affect HOAs? Is it more restrictive, less restrictive than they usually are? Because there are R1 areas with no HOA. So that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's great. So let's work backwards on that. So how would, how does the current weed ordinance and or this change in the weed ordinance affect HOA rules? My understanding, and I'd like staff to correct me if this is wrong, my understanding is that HOAs can make more restrictive rules that their members must comply with according to their HOA contract or whatever you want to call that. And that either the current weed ordinance or any change that we might make has no bearing on how restrictive they can be. Is that correct, staff?
Yeah, generally that's correct. I think the one notable point to make here is that, you know, if a homeowner association covenant declaration restricted grass to 6 inches or less, then the township would, because we have similar regulations, we take care of enforcement. If we were to remove our restriction on that 6 inches or a foot or whatever it might be, and it were less restrictive than the HOA covenants, it would be incumbent on the homeowners association to do the enforcement in the same way they would enforce any of their other covenants. So, you know, that may be in the form of having somebody come in and mow the lawn and then assessing the property or whatever action that they have available or enforcement action they have available to them. It wouldn't be the township's ordinance officer that would be taking care of enforcement.
Thanks, Dave. And then Lisa, your other question. Oh my, I just blanked on it. Could you remind? Oh, the current allowance for the permit.
Right, there's already a permit process for native landscape. So could that be to grow their grass? Could it be amended in some way to accommodate some? So I'm wondering what, how these two things are related.
So if I may, I believe I understand the question. The intention of the native landscape provisions in the ordinance is for some like more intentional planting of the lawn area, the lawnscape. So it's not just to kind of be grass, ryegrass that's left to grow on its own accord. There's a requirement that there be a landscape plan that's submitted to the township for review, ensuring that all the vegetation that's going to be planted there is native, and there's no invasives or noxious species that'll be, you know, allowed to kind of propagate there. That being said, I mean, we haven't had, as Ms. Strickland pointed out, very much activity in that since its enactment 5 years ago. We had, I can recall, 2 permit applications, one from the property owner who initially requested the ordinance amendment, and then secondly from another property owner. I believe they no longer have an active permit. So it hasn't been a lot of interest in kind of taking advantage of the native landscape provisions. I think if the board wanted to apply a permit process to this, if that's the direction you headed, then it would require a modification of that provision to reflect that, you know, native grasses could be done as part of the landscaping plan. But again, we haven't had any permits requested to that effect. Nobody's asked for a permit to just allow their grass to, you know, kind of grow beyond the 6 inches. So, I mean, it's possible that we could accommodate that with a change in the language just to be direct about that, but I'm not certain that there'd be a lot more activity if that were the case.
Thanks, Dave. Thanks, Lisa. Okay, Prasenjit.
Yeah, so I think with respect to the points Lisa raised, you know, I would be reluctant to require the added overhead of, you know, getting a plan and so on, the cost, the effort to go through it for someone who is, you know, actually a good steward of the environment, and sort of reward the polluters by saying that, oh, you get the permit for free. Somebody who wants to do the right thing will need the permit now. And that's one. And the other is, yeah, people might not, for whatever reasons, HOA or other reasons, might not want to get a full-fledged, might not be able to get a full-fledged plan and permit, but they might just want to mow their lawn at a lower frequency and pollute the environment less, and, you know, destroy the waters less, and so on. And there is, what I see is, like Steve, I suppose he was coming from there, I see no vested interest and no benefit, you know, no substantial benefit to the township in maintaining this ordinance. And that's why I would like it to be taken off. And ideally, if it were up to me, I would put a, you know, I would like the board members to consider sort of just like the state gives, passes some laws which says that, which preempts the township from doing certain things, like plastic bag comes to mind. I would like the HOAs not to be able to pass anything which is more destructive to the environment than what the township's ordinance eventually is. But all of that requires careful thought, recommendations from the board, discussions among the board members.
Thanks, Prasenjit. That's a lot to think about. And I'd like to engage in that discussion. So I'm gonna make a brief comment and then I'm gonna open up to public comment. So my brief comment will be, I myself have had concerns about the way we here in Ferguson Township, in Pennsylvania, across the country, probably in the world, maybe in at least most of the so-called industrialized nations, really do manage lawns in very energy and resource intensive ways. I myself have initiated the Green Infrastructure in Park policy and would like to take that a step further and look at reduction of the use of hazardous chemicals in our parks. And I know that that is also a very large discussion and one that we need to proceed with very carefully because there are multiple competing agendas there. But I definitely do want to consider this request because I do believe that there is merit in considering it. And in terms of Dave pointing out, rightly so, the shift of enforcement burden, I guess my comment on that is that we as a board should think very carefully as to whether we want to enforce for HOAs their mandatory grass height regulations, or if we as a board want to look at what we think is most beneficial to the township's multiple competing priorities and allow them to manage that on their own. Kind of think of those two things separately. So with those thoughts, I would like to open it up to public comment. I know we have folks tonight that would definitely like to engage on this topic. So we'll ask you to raise your yellow hand if you can. Oh, okay, or your physical hand. It's helpful if we get the yellow hands up just because we can see who kind of in order, but no need yet. Mr. Harvey, if you want to speak on the matter.
Well, thanks for having me. First off, it's actually the first meeting like this I've ever been to, and I've never done this before. So I'm a relative newbie, and I appreciate the opportunity to share some ideas with you. What you'll notice in my background is that Mr. Mitra and I are neighbors. We live in the same neighborhood, which is Saybrook, and what you see in the background is a picture of his home on a typical spring day, which, I feel it's important to sort of provide some context around the request. And for those of you that aren't familiar with Saybrook, it's sort of off the east side of Scotia Ridge where Circleville Road and Science Park Road come together. It's a neighborhood that has roughly about 80 homes in it, maybe a little bit more, that's just a guess. Lots range from about 1/3 of an acre to around an acre, maybe a little bit more in the older section of Saybrook, of which neither one of us lives. Our lots are a little bit on the smaller side. So first off, I completely share Mr. Mitra's love of nature. That's one of the reasons I'm here and not still living in Washington, D.C. I left D.C. to come here 15 years ago and frequently enjoy nature. But I think when you look at whether or not one rule really fits every one or every circumstance, and in this case where the lawns really probably are going to be no more then the property lines are going to be about 30 feet or less from the next adjoining structure. This becomes a bit of a challenge because it's not just about sort of doing what you want to do. You really start to impact the living and the environment that your neighbors live in as well. And, I think from that end, to me, this feels a lot different than if you're dealing with somebody who might live on a property where there might be several hundred feet between a structure and, the adjoining property. So I think that that's really something that needs to be taken into consideration. I think the other thing is that if you're familiar with our neighborhood, Mr. Mitra's perspective on lawn care is probably pretty unique within the neighborhood. There really aren't many, if any, other homes in the neighborhood that present their lawn care or lack of lawn care in the way that Mr. Mitra does. So those are people who have invested a lot in their homes. Those are people that have done a lot to care for their properties. And those are people that probably have a very different perspective, and they're taxpayers. And I think it's really, really important. And I'm not speaking for our entire neighborhood, even though I'm pretty sure that my feelings are probably shared by more people than Mr. Mitra's feelings are. And I think you have to be able to take those voices into consideration. If you look at the property that's on the, that's my background. At this point in time, Mr. Mitra is not even following the ordinance or the covenants that are currently in place. So I kind of find it ironic that he doesn't follow the rules that exist currently, but here he's asking, for the ordinance to be changed. And this isn't unique. This happens every spring, just like when the birds come from south. And I've been in the neighborhood for 15 years. So I think that's it. If I would have an ask of the group, if the group decides to, move forward on some legislation or some change to the ordinance, I think you need to take into consideration things like setback, size of property, and sort of how the homes are situated, in terms of distance from each other. I think, what might apply to somebody who's on 4 or 5 acres out by the airport might be really different than when you have houses that are 20, 30 feet apart. So that's kind of it. I appreciate you hearing me out.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harvey, for your comments. And just a reminder for residents, I could tell from you what you were saying that you are a Ferguson Township resident, but just for a reminder for those speakers to please just let us know your township of residence when you want to make a comment. Thank you so much. And I would like to continue public comment, but I have a question for staff that I would like a definitive answer to. I am unable to multitask to the extent where I can pull up a zoning map, but I would like staff to please pull up a zoning map for us. My recollection was that Saybrook is RR, but then maybe it might be R1. I'm not sure, maybe even a resident knows. And that's a zoning classification. And the reason why that matters is that if it is RR, this ordinance is actually not enforced in your district as it is. And so that may be relevant to some of your comments. So I did want to get a definitive answer to that from staff as we continue public comment.
I feel like it's R1B.
Okay, that was another guess, R1B.
That's
Okay.
I'll leave it to staff. but
It's
that's-
either R1 or R1B. I'd have to look. Maybe Jenna can take
Yeah,
a.
could somebody just look to confirm that? I know
I'm
everybody's
looking. multitasking.
Thanks, Jenna. And so let's continue with public comment while staff just double checks that for us. R1 and R1B mean it's a zoning classification, and that's a single family home type of a zoning classification. R2, you would typically find duplexes. R4, you would typically find, tall apartment buildings. So it increases in density as you go up in numbers. And the reason why it's relevant to this discussion is that in our current weed ordinance, we do not enforce it at all ever in RR, RA, and AR zones, whether they're inside or outside the regional growth boundary. So I was just clarifying, is that Saybrook in the brown there? That would be R1B. I'm sorry. I see Old Gatesburg. Thank you for the blowing up.
Yes,
That is Sable.
That's correct.
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
R1B.
Okay, all right. Just confirming then, yes, it is currently covering that area. I know there's a lot of folks here to comment from that area, and it does currently cover that. Thank you so much, folks, for the support in looking at that. Okay, other comments from the public? Okay, so far I'm not seeing any hands, yellow hands, electronic hands. If anybody's having trouble using that, Bernadette, it looks like you're raising your actual hand. Please, if you want to unmute, state your name, your township of residence. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Bernadette Adair. I'm in Ferguson Township. I'm Mr. Mitra's adjoining neighbor. And he built his house right after we built ours. So we've been neighbors for a long time. And since he's moved in, he has never really taken to the lawn, mowing the lawn and doing anything. And it's been a recurring problem with the board, the HOA, and our HOA. My question is with the HOA. So we have these covenants and he hasn't followed the covenants all along. And if you remove this ordinance, then this comes on to our board to enforce it, where they could come in and mow his property, put on weed and feed, even though he doesn't want that, and then give him the bill. Is that generally how things would work then if it's no longer enforced by the township?
Well, I can't comment on how you would enforce your covenants. It would depend on whatever provisions you have or whatever's available to you, whether that allows you to enter a private resident or private property and manage the lawn in order to bring it into compliance with your covenants. But I can only say that if there are restrictions that are removed, that your covenants are more restrictive than conditions that are or restrictions that are removed by the township, then it would not be our enforcement process that would apply. In other words, we have a process that includes for lawns that exceed 6 inches, that includes providing notice to the homeowner, a warning notice. And then we have a citation process that does eventually culminate in an allowance for the township to enter properties in order to, maintain at the owner's expense to bring them into compliance with the ordinance. But that's after typically a lengthy process of citing the property owner and attempting to get their compliance on their own accord. So with, really whatever happens with the enforcement of the covenants, that's a private matter between the homeowners association and the property owner. But from our perspective, it would not be something that we would enforce because we only enforce our own ordinances, not covenants.
Right, and I'll just add that my understanding is that as it is right now, your HOA can enforce their regulations. So if the township weren't going through that process, or your current regulations are more restrictive, there's nothing stopping you right now from implementing whatever enforcement of your covenants that you normally do. So right now, if they match 6 inch high, 6 inch high, either party, I guess, theoretically could. But the way I personally look at it, it is if you as an HOA group choose to have that restriction, you know, it's up to you to enforce it, regardless of what the township is saying, I guess. That's my perspective. Ms. Davis, I see you have your hand up.
Hi, Karen Davis, Ferguson Township, also a neighbor here in Saybrook. So I have two comments I wanted to bring up. So I appreciated that Steve Miller spoke about studies that he found on, I'll call them pests, right, in the yard. I would say that's one of our concerns for sure, right? I'm across the street and there's groundhogs, there's skunks, there's possum that are living in that property. So then to the township manager's point as well, he said having the native lawn and landscape doesn't mean you can just let everything grow, but it's supposed to be there's a time and a place for a native landscape that could be very beautiful, and it's intentional. And I think that if you were to consider making an amendment to allow for more native landscapes, that there'd have to be some provision, like who's determining whether it's native and intentionally that way versus just not caring for your lawn. So it's, if you don't want to do lawns, weed killer, then you need to mow your lawn more often so that the rest of us don't have to have all the seeds blow onto our yard, right? So then the enforcement of the 5 or 6 inches is more important. But right now it seems like it's an unintentional. So the main thing is, if there is going to be consideration for this native, there needs to be some sort of rules around the fact that this is an intentional lawn design. So, thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. And it did bring something to mind, and I wanted to ask staff about this. I know we're kind of right now focused on Saybrook development, but obviously this relates to any residential district, so it's a relevant conversation. I would say any residential district that has an HOA. So if I recall from our previous conversation about the weed ordinance and then what's been discussed tonight, so for example, if a homeowner in, let's say, Saybrook decided that they wanted to get a permit from the township for a pollinator friendly yard, we'll call it, and that violated the HOA's rules, whatever they were. Let's just say it was in violation. The plan, right, that individual submitted to the township was in violation of the HOA rule. We could issue that permit. Yes, according to Ferguson Township, you can have that there because according to our rules, yes, you can. But then the HOA could come in and enforce their covenant that says you could not. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, I'm just trying to fully understand the interplay of the regulations here. Okay. Do any other board members have any discussion that they want to do before considering a motion? There is a motion on our agenda and I would entertain that. Other discussion, Prasenjit?
Yeah, since
Sorry.
my lawn was mentioned, I'm actually proud of my lawn, the way it looks. And I'm proud that I have dandelions and my children can play and pick dandelions. And I'm proud that I don't pollute the environment, unfortunately, like my neighbors do. You mow the lawn more frequently, you pollute the air. You put pesticides, you pollute the water. And so my stated objective here, and has always been, to minimize the impact on the environment by minimizing the lawn care. And there's a process for the township to give a citation. And I guess there have been 1 or 2 cases where the township has sent me a letter as they are supposed to do according to the ordinance. And when I got that, I remedied things. And in any case, I have a mower who comes in and mows the lawn every 2 weeks. Now, when it rains a lot, it just grows. And a few things were said that were factually incorrect. I mean, yeah, we have had the house since 2006, but my ex-wife was more of a polluter person, so she did take care of the lawns until 2010. And when she left, then I decided that I can live with my morals, and it is morally wrong to do this harm, to the environment, to me. And that is why I will do the minimum that I'm forced to do by the Homeowners Association, and given the existing plan. But it's not about me. And I think the first speaker, Mr. Harvey, I think, Jr., made my point when he says that, well, you might not need the ordinance if you are living in a 4-acre lot by the airport and so on. Now, we are talking about a township-wide ordinance. And so why not let people do what they want and live as they wish? And there are, also it's factually wrong that groundhogs are living in my land. When there were groundhogs, I ignored them for maybe a year or two. And after that, I had them moved by an animal control person. And, the small animals that live, it's actually good. I like them. And if someone else doesn't, I mean, I'm living with the pollution that is coming because people are using pesticides around me, and then the birds and the animals are going there and bringing those pesticides to my lawn. So I worry about my kids, but we are neighbors, so I have to live with the ill effects of these ugly lawns that are in our neighborhood. And if some of my seeds are blowing to your lawns, then that's the way it is. I mean, we can't, leaves blow from one lot to another. We can't do anything about that.
Thanks, Prasenjit. I think this conversation is definitely illustrative of why the weed ordinance is actually a lot more tricky than one might think on the surface. So there is a wide diversity of ways that individuals want to manage their own property, and our job as a board is to do the best that we can to accommodate for all of those wishes while preserving the rights of each other.
Yeah, and I think that, I'm sorry to interrupt. I think one point I would make is I think it's important. It's not just about me or even the people here, Mr. Mitra. You're supposed to represent the people that live in Ferguson Township. And I know
Okay,
at least.
understood, Mr. Harvey, but I am going to ask that you not just break into the conversation.
Okay,
just
sorry about that.
Just to try to manage it when there's a large number of folks that want to have a
Understood.
conversation. But please do continue. I just wanted to kind of like set the stage for everybody.
Just the fact that, I completely agree. This is very tricky, and, it isn't about him or me. I think what we need to do, though, is to seriously take into consideration the input from the people that live around, and, probably have thoughts that could be quite different than both of us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll respond. May I?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So I did. I have talked to, by and large, Ferguson is a environmentally conscious township, and I have talked to many of my constituents who do not think that this, the township has a vested interest in having this ordinance, and there are quite a few who want things the way it is. And so, I would like the ordinance to be altered. But I would also like, in case it is not, I would also like the township to, and several of my constituents have said that they would like in order to prevent the damage that we are doing to the environment, to get into an education campaign so that people understand the implications of what they're doing to the environment.
Thanks, Prasenjit. Okay, so I'm going to ask Karen, was your hand up from before, or did you have another comment you wanted to make? Okay, it's from before. Okay, thanks. Just managing it
Sorry.
electronically. No problem at all. Okay, then Lisa, that I believe your hand was up, and then Patty. Thanks.
Thanks. I just wanted to go back to your comment about the low-mow areas and the natural native landscaping that we're doing in some areas around the township. And yeah, I'm so supportive of that. And I think these are all good projects. And I think where my concerns get raised a bit is when we're talking about the more dense residential areas, R2, R3, R4, and then those neighborhoods that don't have an HOA covering them. So yeah, I think at this point, I'd be interested in looking at amending the ordinance to maybe increase the height, to look at that first, to maybe look at what areas aren't covered by HOAs, to get some additional feedback from maybe other residential neighborhoods and zoning districts that this would impact. So that's kind of where I'm at right now.
Thanks, Lisa. I'll make one comment in relation to that and then go to Patty and then to Steve. My comment would be that just reminding us and making sure my understanding is correct, that if there is a R1 through R4 that is not covered by an HOA, any of those individuals at this point could get that permit. So they could theoretically have an intentional pollinator area where they would have high plants. So I support your thought of kind of massaging that a little bit to perhaps be more permissive, maybe as opposed to removing it entirely, but I'm still thinking that out. Okay, Patty, thanks.
Thank you. I straddle the fence on this because I think in my neighborhood in particular, I am confident in telling you that people would be opposed to the change in the ordinance. But I also understand the environmental issue. And you were touching on something that I was thinking about, was the educational effort in, as I walk around my neighborhood now, I see more and more people having like electric lawnmowers. So there's less of the gas pollution and things like that. And the pesticides, I think I see less lawns with the green grass and more with dandelions. So I think the education is coming slowly. Yeah, I think I would like to focus more on the educational component, and that might take a bit of time, but I'm not sure that our neighborhood would be supportive of it getting to what everybody else had been saying about being more representative of all rather than few. And anyway, I would just need to talk more with neighbors. But that is one thing that people usually stop me about, is somebody's grass is too tall or their bushes are overgrown. And we have, the usual conversations about, we can only control what we can control. So.
Thanks, Patty. We do have I do feel there is an interesting mismatch though in our perceptions in terms of what's harmful, because we do frequently complain about length of grass, but I guess there are frequent complaints about application of herbicides and pesticides. It's just there's like really not anything that we can do about it because of the regulatory milieu that we face. And I think there's an interesting mismatch in our understanding of what's actually harmful. I know I've been in some areas that use an HOA to do all their common areas, and I literally could not breathe when I was in that area and the lawn management company was there. And people, it looks nice, so people are very open to it, and they really don't understand the danger involved, and those that do are really kind of powerless to do anything about it. So it's a little bit of an interesting dilemma there. Steve.
Yeah, I just wanted to state a slightly different perspective. I mean, the discussion has sort of come around to just environmental versus aesthetics. And I guess my perspective on it is also aesthetic, but I think that the lawn looks worse just after it's mowed and gradually looks better and better until the next time you mow it. So I know that a lot of people don't agree with that that aesthetic, but I think that, you know, the argument of by having my lawn look the way I would like it, which by the way, I don't, I do keep it mowed, except in the back and where I don't, but that is my bird area. So I think that the, you know, argument of I don't like looking at your lawn can go both ways. You know, I don't like a newly mown lawn. I think it looks atrocious myself, but it looks like a golf course. It doesn't look like nature at all. But I think that the problem I have had with this ordinance all along, and I don't think it's enforced this way, but the way it's written, anyone could be in violation of this unless you just get out there and trim every weed constantly. There's something more than 6 inches tall that isn't a intentionally planted thing. I think it's everybody sort of knows its purpose and assumes that that's how it's enforced, and I believe it is. But I also think that it isn't necessarily written the way everybody understands it. The other thing, I mean, like, I think that a lot of the question on herbicides, speaking as a chemist, when I worked at Sapelco and we handled 2,4-D, we were required to handle it in a glove box so that we couldn't possibly touch it or breathe it. And yet my neighbor sprays it on her lawn. And I think that, I have a problem with that because although it is called a, non-toxic herbicide, I quite frankly don't believe that. So that's another part of my my feeling on this. But that really doesn't affect the grass height, which is the other thing we're talking about. I think that's where we've sort of had gotten off the topic discussing grass height to getting into herbicides and fertilizers. I guess my feeling on it is I'm coming at it from an aesthetic viewpoint, is I think it looks better. So.
Thank you, Steve. And thank you
Then
for
my-
thank you for bringing us kind of back around to the point of the matter. And I am going to ask that we move it into the wrap up phase of this conversation, which does involve a motion. And I'm wondering if the board is ready for a motion that we can reach consensus on. Lisa.
I just wanted to ask, will this go back to Planning Commission to review a draft, or would these?
Good
or is it
question.
an option or?
So not automatically. If the board wanted to refer the ordinance to the planning commission, you could, but it's not a zoning ordinance or zoning regulation, so it wouldn't, sort of automatically go through that process.
Thank you. I have a question about enforcement of the current ordinance too, which doesn't relate to grass height, I'll note, but does relate to the enforcement of our current ordinance and how enforcement is driven. So my understanding is it's primarily complaint driven and that we don't take a vehicle around and cite people just randomly, that primarily we go to enforce when there's a complaint. And so my question is, so first of all, I'm wrong. I can see Dave shaking his head that I'm wrong already, but I
would
am going to have
say-
a part B there.
Okay, I'm sorry, please.
Okay, and my part B is related to complaint-driven enforcement, which is if I were driving through the IRD, obviously nobody lives in the IRD, right? It's an industrial district. And we frequently have complaints that come from residential districts, but our ordinance does cover IRD. So the only way you would get a complaint would be if somebody was like driving through there or perhaps worked in an office. So if somebody were just driving through, saw a lot of invasive species, called in a complaint, would that be enforced in that scenario? Or would it have to come from somebody that like worked in an office there?
No, we would investigate a complaint, really under any circumstance. The only reason I was kind of shaking my head is because with grass and weeds and snow on sidewalks, those are kind of two things that we do relatively routinely patrol for. Now we have a part-time ordinance officer.
Okay.
So, whatever he can kind of fit into his schedule. But, between sign ordinance violations and grass and weeds, and of course, in the appropriate season with snow or ice on sidewalks, we do a little bit of routine patrolling for those in addition to investigating them on a complaint. So I wouldn't say you're wrong. I would just say that in with this particular ordinance, we do more proactively, more aggressively enforce the ordinance. And that is also probably more emphasized during specific seasons. So like right in the spring, right about now, when people are kind of getting back into the regimen of maintaining their lawn, we'll do a little bit more aggressive enforcement with notifications and warnings and that kind of thing, just so that it gets folks to kind of back in the swing of things or aware that we do have these regulations. So maybe we lean a little bit more on the patrolling or the proactive enforcement of it during certain times of the season, but we will have the ordinance officer go out and just do routine patrols and enforce in that manner as well.
Thanks, Dave, for that clarification. I am going to ask one more question of staff, and then I'm kind of brewing a motion that we might be able to reach consensus on. So first, my question to staff is, okay, so my understanding of the current ordinance is that, yes, we will grant a permit for a so-called pollinator-friendly yard, and there's certain conditions that have to be met. But if you basically just have a lawn that you grow, as opposed to something more intentional, that would not meet the requirements of the ordinance to receive that permit. Is that true, or am I incorrect? And I know there's some nuance there. We're talking kind of generalities first.
Yeah, I think that's correct. When the board talked about this a number of years ago, it was clarified throughout those discussions, and you may remember, but that the board didn't want this to apply to just a ryegrass lawn that was allowed to kind of propagate and grow on its own. So there was some intentionality behind the language that's in the ordinance that talks about a landscape plan being native, et cetera. I mean, I guess the question is, could a grass lawn meet our definition of native landscaping? And while we haven't had a permit application for that specifically, I think we'd have a hard time, meeting that requirement because the intent of the board was that it be a more, intentional, deliberate planting for its environmental and ecological benefits, not just somebody who wanted to allow their lawn to grow without having to maintain it.
Thank you, Dave. Okay, so I'm going to offer just a little bit of, I guess, scientific research evidence, and then I'm going to propose the idea of a motion that might bring us all to consensus and take into account multiple perspectives of residents. So what I would offer is that even when there's not intentional planting done, it has been shown that if you go to a low mow kind of a regimen, you will see a rebound of native and diverse species. You also will see some invasive species, but if you manage that plot to reduce the invasives, what you'll end up with over time is something that's more filled with native species, more diverse, and more supportive of pollinators. So I would suggest that maybe we consider a motion that would be, instead of just removing completely the height restriction, massaging the current ordinance to include less intentional plots while keeping some of the requirements to not have invasive species. And if I recall correctly, maintaining perimeters. Like I'm a big advocate of setbacks and perimeters. I think one of the residents talked about this too. And even in our LOMO policy in the parks, I've been working to coordinate between our Center Region Park and Rec who implement that and our plan to enforce boundaries, because it helps people understand transitions and helps make things look more intentional and helps us manage these kinds of things. So my suggestion is maybe the board might consider, and I'm not actually making this motion, I'm putting this out on the table for us to think about and see if we want to maybe gather consensus around it, maybe a motion that would look at specifically guiding our current ordinance to be more inclusive of a less intentional planting while maintaining some of the constraints that help us manage that kind of a plot, like setbacks and removal of invasives. What do other board members think about that as a more nuanced effort? Or was that too confusing?
So I have a question on that. So yeah, I mean, I would support if it's invasive species to be, take mitigation efforts to take rid of that. But, and noxious weeds. So that's why I said, if you look at the, if you look at the current, the current ordinance, there are, I think there is A and a B and a C, and the C perhaps is about noxious weeds. And the USDA publishes a list of noxious weeds. And so those are things that, yeah, I'm careful about, and I don't want them to grow, because my kids are playing there. But it's about these, essentially 98% of the things, or maybe 95%, whatever, on the weeds on my lawn are dandelions. And so those are things that are, good for the environment and reasonably harmless. And to me, at least, I understand there's a difference of opinion around it. So, yeah, I mean, one thing would be to do that for, if it's doing that for noxious weeds and invasive species, I would be quite supportive of that. And the other way would be to also, and I looked at the height ordinances in Chicago is 10 inches, and I forget somewhere else it's 1 foot, and so on and so forth. So the other thing would be to increase the height allowance, at least if my first preference would be to repeal it, because it's just environmentally bad. But if that's not the choice of the representatives and their constituencies, then to increase that to some number, like I think Lisa mentioned, and see what happens. Yeah, and if it's just people, one neighborhood versus the entire township, and who we'll see the implications of that in a way. So that those things I would be supportive of.
Thank you very much, Prasenjit. Yes, so I definitely want to move into wrap up here, and then we're probably going to take a break depending on what the board thinks. But I want to offer one request to please not use the chat. I have been looking at it. I don't normally look at it. I am going to address what's in there, but I'm going to request again that we not utilize the chat to communicate, because not everybody can participate in that conversation. We are not considering changing this ordinance because of one individual that won't follow rules. We're considering changing this ordinance because this is something that, as Steve Miller has said, as I have alluded to, as many of the residents of Ferguson Township indicated via surveys, this type of landscaping and support of pollinators is extremely important. And so we are taking our time to discuss this matter in a deliberative manner to consider all perspectives. And I could take a oppositional stance and state that I think that the practices of most HOAs are horribly environmentally detrimental. And I purposely would never move into an area that has an HOA because of that. I told my daughter, who, I have a 15-month-old granddaughter, never let her stray into a yard that has no dandelions in it, because I believe, and I have seen scientific evidence to show that is very dangerous. And the practice of most HOAs relies on those kinds of things. So I don't want to get up on my soapbox. I've tried to conduct this conversation in a way that equally values all perspectives, but this is certainly not about catering to one person, but really trying to have a broad perspective on many different kinds of diverse land managements. And then there was another question, are dandelions and other weeds considered invasive species? I think it's a really good question. Dandelions, I believe, are not native, but have been considered naturalized, and they provide pollinator support, unlike a butterfly bush, which is an ornamental that does not provide pollinator support, that we allow, that many people plant. And there is a lot of complicated regulation in terms of what's a noxious weed and what's not. So this is a huge topic. I don't expect us to fully resolve it in one night. I'm glad it's been reopened. And that's why I'm attempting to kind of like push this to the next level of conversation, but to close the conversation for tonight, because I think it's probably, too complicated for us to solve in one night. I will open the floor one final time for public comment, and then I'm going to completely close it, because we are trying to kind of move on from this topic. But I know Mr. Martin wanted to make a comment, and so I'll go to him, and then please state your name, township of residence, and then we will ask for a motion. Mr. Martin.
Sorry for joining late here and not following the rules.
No, you're fine.
I was joined late here. I'm just here to kind of join in on the Saybrook group here that has been voicing their concerns here. And I made that comment because really this is based off of what's happening in our HOA, in our area here. And I understand that you might not agree with the HOA situation, but that's a lot of us here. That's a lot of the people that are a part of your township. And we do follow the rules because we live in the HOA and we have a home here. So to ask I understand it's strange because he represents the township as well, but there's many of us within the Saybrook group here that feel very strongly that every aspect of what he's saying tonight is completely based off of what we have done as an HOA to him. So it's a bit strange to have this go as far as it has gone based off of one individual doing something that he chooses to do that does not follow the rules of where he has a home. So
I would object, madam.
Percentage, I'm going to ask you to refrain. I understand your objection, and I appreciate that. I'm going to kind of try to wrap this up by stating that although I know this current iteration of this conversation has been brought to the table by someone who also lives in Saybrook and employs that kind of land management, but I would say again, I don't know, Mr. Martin, if you were here, this topic has recurred many, 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 many times. This is a conversation that many municipalities have. We have a green infrastructure in parks ordinance that kind of handles this kind of a thing in our parks. And then final comment is that this ordinance change that we're considering will not impose in any manner whatsoever on the HOA's enforcement of their own regulations. So I do understand that you probably all are hoping for township to be able to site at a 6-inch grass height. And I understand that the proposed change would affect that particular thing. And I think our whole board does understand that. but it's also important for HOA to understand that you can make whatever rules you want and you can enforce them, and this won't impinge upon that. So I do think we all do understand that, but we also are not just making this ordinance for folks that are covered by a HOA, right? So, you know, if you want to be more restrictive and other residents of the township don't want to be, then that's something we have to consider as well. So that said, I think I would recommend a motion that looks at our ordinance, utilizes our green infrastructure and park ordinance that we already looked at, tries to use some of that language, perhaps, to modify our weed ordinance, because I think that we've made leaps and bounds in understanding natural land management here in the township since we last discussed the weed ordinance. And I'm wondering what other board members think about that. And this would include, you know, the idea of a meadow, perimeters being managed, and, you know, anything we would do, HOAs could still, you know, I don't know what, subvert, I don't know what it's called, enforce their own regulations despite what the township might permit. Other board members, and I would like to move this into a wrap-up phase, if possible. Steve.
Well, I would say I think what you're talking about would be a good way to approach looking at this. The modification that I would prefer to make is just change 6 inches to 12 inches. And in addition to, I think a bigger, longer term picture is to look at the idea of allowing more naturalized landscapes without the process of saying a pollinator garden or native garden. But my preference would be initially to look at increasing the height restriction, and then beyond that to look at ways to encourage a more naturalized, or not encourage, but to define a more naturalized lawn type of, yeah, I guess, you know, more naturalized lawn and what that would entail. So.
Thanks, Steve. So Steve just kind of modified my thought and broke it down into a 2-step process. And tonight, us considering directing staff in a motion to change the height restriction to 12 inches, and then further modification of the ordinance to include some of the language that our green infrastructure in parks ordinance included, and moving in that direction. So other board members comment on either of those two processes? If not,
yeah, I would support anything that reduces the footprint on the air and the water and the soil. And just, I have one comment to make that we presumably will discuss this another time once the, I have no problem people showing my lawn. I like my lawn and so on. But when it becomes statements like that, this is only being done because of what the HOA did to me and so on, which are, you know, factually not correct and are deep, you know, this is being done because I have a deep-seated, you know, feeling about this. And it's a policy issue and a moral issue and an ethical issue for me. And it's not about some HOA versus the other. So if those comments cannot be entertained, the personal attacks, I would appreciate that for the next meeting.
Understood. Thank you, Prasenjit. And Lisa, I saw you had, I believe you wanted to make a comment.
I think the motion proposed probably goes farther than I would want to go, at least without a lot more public input. So I'm not sure if, you know, I would probably support a motion asking staff to look into options and have us solicit comment for a future meeting where we can discuss the impact on different zoning areas and, you know, maybe even leave HOAs out of the next discussion, have maybe an interim discussion, because as you said, HOAs can make their own more restrictive rules about this, despite what the township does. So that's kind of what I'd be comfortable with right now.
So to me, that's, and you all go, oh, sorry, I'm trying to talk. And Patty, let me hear from you, because I don't think we've heard from you yet too much.
Yeah, no, I would just support what Lisa said, because I can honestly say it just wouldn't, the 12-inch height limit just wouldn't go in my neighborhood, and I'm sure of that. So I would rather have more public input from non-HOA residents and alert more of my neighbors to talk to me or join in the discussion.
Okay, thank you, Patty and Steve. And then I'm gonna attempt a motion if Steve doesn't then, so.
I'm just going to make a response to Lisa's and Patty's comments, basically, of looking into it a little further. The last time this came up, I proposed what eventually became the native or pollinator landscape. I forget how we worded it. A year and a half after I initially brought it up, I wished I hadn't, because this is not something that will be resolved easily or quickly. That's just a comment on the process I've seen happen before. And it is something that is going to generate a lot of discussion. I'm not saying we shouldn't do it, but I'm just saying that it's not as simple as just getting a few options and deciding where we go, because people feel strongly on both sides. So
true, so true. Okay, so I am going to actually attempt a motion here. I don't know if it's going to fly, but I'm going to also spend a little bit of time introducing it, because it's more complicated than one might initially think. Okay, so my motion is trying to take into account multiple perspectives, because I live in an area where there is no weed ordinance enforcement, and I like it like that. But I understand that others don't, and they like it like that. The motion that I'm going to propose does relate to the Green Infrastructure and Parks Ordinance. And some of those things, right, that we enumerated in that ordinance, like meadow, that kind of thing, would entail growth of 12 inches. All right. But I would temper that with some of the restrictions of the current weed ordinance, like the need for a permit, boundaries, removal of invasives, perhaps some benefit. Because what I'd like to nudge us toward is not just a complete removal of the height, but a process by which individuals can go through that simply expands on what we currently have in place. So even if somebody from Overlook Heights right now, like, they could get a permit to have some sort of very native landscaping that would look very similar to an unmowed yard, right? But with some perimeters, some amount of grassy area. So what I'm going to propose as a motion is that we direct staff to look at the current ordinance, try to incorporate some of the Green Infrastructure and Parks Ordinance to loosen up the regulations, that we can have things that look more like meadows and slightly less intentional than the current ordinance, while not going as far as to completely remove the height restriction. And this wouldn't mean that this wouldn't mean that tonight that we're being passed, but simply to ask staff to come up with something that we can look at again that nudges us in that direction, and take the public comment on that when we have actually something in writing that we can get pushback or affirmative response to. So that is my motion. I'm sorry, Rhonda, that is my motion because it's extensive. But I am looking for a second to that, and I can recap it if anybody would like.
Prosenjit second.
And yes, could you please recap the motion?
You sure will. Okay, to look at our current weed ordinance and ways to incorporate some of the features identified in the Green Infrastructure and Parks Ordinance, things like meadows, into the grass and weed ordinance to accommodate for less intentional landscapes while still meeting some of the restrictions of the current grass and weed ordinance, like noxious weeds, that kind of stuff, which I believe are also in the Green Infrastructure Ordinance, but I'm just covering my bases here. And so that could include things like in the Green Infrastructure and Park Ordinance, regular mowing scenarios, not just growing forever, right? And sort of a menu of options that would be presented there. Did that clarify it at all?
It did, thank you. I feel like that might be a place I could get to after additional discussion, but I wouldn't be ready to support that at this moment. So yeah, I wouldn't be supportive of that motion because I'm not there yet. Like I said, I think we need more public comment from particularly different residential areas. So I see where you're going with this. And I think you know, one issue I would have is that it's directing staff to this specific end. And so, and I feel that we need some more discussion before we get there. So, but I appreciate the thought you put into that and understand that. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. And one of my intentions in doing so is to move the discussion to a point where we have something concrete that we can get that public comment on. So just to, it would not be passing that as a change tonight, but putting something into words that we could further discuss and get more public comment on. But I do appreciate your perspective as well. Any other board member conversation before I call for a vote on the motion that is on the floor? Okay, seeing no further discussion, I'm going to call for a vote on that motion. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. All opposed, please say no.
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 Okay, that motion passes with a 3-2 vote for staff to come back with an ordinance amendment for us for further discussion and further public comment. Okay. All right. Thank you all for that discussion and everyone for your contributions. They're very valued. So I'm going to just, I'm going to ask for us, I know it's getting late quickly, but I am going to ask for us to take a 5-minute break. And I would, okay, 5 minutes and we'll see you back here. Thank you. All right. It is about that time. So hopefully Prasenjit will be able to join us shortly, but we still have some agenda ahead of us. So let's get started. Next up, we have the discussion of changes to the CATA service routes, which we led by Ms. Lisa Strickland. Looks like Lisa might be frozen.
That's my guess.
Yes. She looks so poised there.
Of course, she's doing a
ready
great
to
pantomime. Yeah, I mean,
launch into her agenda item. So I guess what we could do is move on to our next agenda item and come back to that. So what do folks think? Okay. So let's briefly skip that and watch for Lisa to be back online and move on to the award of contract 2021-C10 bike path and parking lot sealed coating, introduced by Director of Public Works, Dave Modricker. Dave.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Bids were publicly opened for contract 2021-C10 on Tuesday, May 11th. It was a Zoom virtual bid opening. In my memorandum, I note that it was attended by a number of contractors as well as staff. As usual, the bid was advertised in the local newspaper, and the invitation was sent out to 14 qualified contractors. We did have interest in the bid. We received 5 bids. The 5 bids that we received were from Right Way Sealing and Paving, Inc., $11,153.88. Krylon Corp. doing business as Highland Seal Coat, $16,672.43. Unico Sealing, Inc., $18,293.99. M&M Asphalt Corporation, $24,599.28. And RC Bowman, Inc., $32,488.08. Also in my memorandum is the engineer's estimate for the project, and a note that we do allow others to piggyback. So in this case, Center Region Council of Governments is piggybacking to seal coat their parking lot, and Harris Township is piggybacking to seal coat some bike paths. So this would be for Ferguson, Harris, and Cog. Respective amounts are shown in my memorandum, and all well within our budget of $32,000. So we have not worked with Right Way Sealing and Paving, Inc. before. They come highly recommended. And for that reason, I am recommending that the Board of Supervisors award the contract to the low bidder, Right Way Sealing and Paving, Inc. for a total of $11,153.88.
Thank you very much, Dave. So I will entertain a motion in 1 second, but for some reason I have in the back of my mind, I'm sure you guys would have known about this better than I would, but that COG changed their mind about something about the parking lot. Am I just misremembering that detail? Okay.
I don't know. I do know that Rumgard of Center Region Council of Governments
Yeah.
our bid opening, and
Okay.
he gave a thumbs up and said, sounds good.
Very good. I figured it would have been covered, but thanks just for that acknowledgement. I must be
Yeah.
misremembering.
It doesn't
Okay.
mean something may not have changed between, May 11th and May 17th. If in fact,
No,
okay.
thank you. Thank you for addressing that. Okay, let's entertain a motion.
This is Steve. I'll move that the Board of Supervisors award contract 2021-C10 seal coating to Right Way Sealing and Paving Incorporated in accordance with their bid in the amount of $11,153.88.
This is Patty. I'll second.
Thank you. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 All right, any opposed? Motion passes unanimously, and welcome back, Lisa. And let's jump right back up to the discussion of changes to CATA service routes.
Thank you. It's been a while since that happened, but that has happened before where I went to speak and everything froze. So, great. Well, as described in the agenda, I've requested a discussion item for the board to consider providing comments on the proposed CATA service route changes for the fall. 2 of the 4 routes proposed for elimination affect Ferguson Township riders, and 5 others face service cuts. The F route and the S route will remain temporarily on hold. The A route is going to operate on a very limited schedule. K route will eliminate Saturday service. And the and W routes have at least Sunday service cuts. I had seen that comments were due from the public May 18th, so I wanted to get this in so we had a chance to comment. I think at our last update from CATA, this wasn't quite laid out in this kind of detail. This might have come out at the public meeting that was held in April. So just to make sure that we were all aware of this too. So what I am proposing as comments to CATA are to, one, to hold off on these service cuts in the fall. Penn State is proposing a return to in-person classes, so we should be expecting a return to an increased level of ridership, and likely their campus contracts and apartment contracts should be picking back up. If there is a lack of demand or budget constraints, demand cuts, let's look at those in the spring of 2022. I'm concerned that if these, particularly the eliminated routes, if they are not put back online for the fall, that demand just won't be accurately measured. So, so that would be number 1. And then additionally, if cuts were made, I would suggest that we request that CATA Go service be put in place to supplement that cut in service, specifically for the A, the F, and the S routes. That looks like, from what I've seen on CATA's website, that they are planning for the B and the P routes that are cut in Boalsburg. They're going to be offering CATA Go service there. So I would suggest we ask for the same. So if these cuts are actually followed through on. So additionally, I just wanted to make you all aware that there will be a public hearing June 8th at 6, it looks like. So, anyone who's on, watching the meeting today, they might have concerns and want to participate in that as well. So those are the comments I'm suggesting. And as the motion is recommended in the packet, that we ask the manager to forward these comments to CATA prior to the deadline of May 18th. And that was all I had.
Thank you, Lisa. I was struggling between windows for a moment. Thank you for that very clear report. Yes, it's has been a little bit confusing to me to keep track of all the proposed changes. And so this dialogue has been very helpful. I think we could start with a motion and then have discussion on the motion, make amendments if need be. Thoughts? I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make the motion. I'll move that the Board of Supervisors direct the Township Manager to forward its comments on the proposed CATA service changes to the CATA Executive Director before the deadline for public comments on May 18th.
Patty, I'll second.
Thank you. All right, let's have some board discussion on the motion. Steve.
Well, I just have a question for Lisa, I guess, since you've looked into this. Do you know, were the routes before COVID, was the ridership viable, or is this something that had been building before, or was it a viable route that got hit by the closing of on campus teaching or?
Well, right, the F route for Pine Grove Mills had already been suspended. So that one they already had discontinued due to low ridership. So, and we had discussed, not so much discussed, but have mentioned earlier, even asking for this Cat-A-Go option to supplement that already. So yeah, but you're right, there was already low demand. So I think this falls in line with that.
Okay.
I also think, Steve, that like the G, for instance, out to Stormstown had low ridership, and the A, they had reconfigured. Sometimes when the ridership is low, they reconfigure routes to try and scoop up more people. But then sometimes rather than eliminate a route altogether, they'll just cut the hours, the frequency of trips and things like that. So they have been tweaking some of them, but then the pandemic kind of blew everything up.
Thanks. The Cat-A-Go program was really successfully tested in Bellefonte, and they are making cuts to that too. So I'm disappointed that they are making cuts to that already. But since they are using it for Boalsburg to supplement those cut lines, I think it's appropriate to ask them to send it over here too.
So basically there's a 2-point ask, if I'm going to recap, and maybe Lisa, you can correct me if I'm wrong. One is to consider holding off on changes until spring as opposed to fall. And could you help us understand that decision-making process? And because we have kind of an alternative perception, like fall, we're coming back, spring would be the time to evaluate if that's not back up. And then for places that you do consider continue on the path of, removing service, that you consider providing Cat-A-Go. Those 2 points.
Yeah.
I personally think that they're reasonable comments. I mean, it likely will just continue the dialogue between us, even if they can't accommodate. It certainly helps us understand that process. So I think why not? Okay, other conversation or comments? All right, we have a motion and a second. So all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Say no. All right, motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you all.
Okay, next up, we have the review of the COVID-19 temporary emergency ordinance led by Dave Probalka, Township Manager.
Thank you. So this is a kind of a follow-up to the report that I gave a little bit earlier, and I won't recap all of this, but essentially what I proposed or presenting in the draft version of the ordinance that's included with the agenda is to expand the number of persons permitted to gather outdoors in those circumstances described from 50 to 100. That's to make it consistent with several of the regional ordinances, at least those of Patton and College Township, as well as to modify the masking requirements to reflect the guidance from the Pennsylvania Department of Health, which in turn, typically anyway, mirrors the CDC guidelines. So those are the two major substantive changes. Well, I suppose there's a third, which would be to extend the emergency regulations from June 30th, where they're set to expire right now, to July 31st. I can answer any questions, but generally this would achieve consistency with other regional ordinances and allow the ordinance, our ordinance, to be nimble and adapt to changing conditions that seem to come out just about every week from the Pennsylvania Department of Health. All that I'm asking for this evening, in addition to any comments or concerns that you may have, is to authorize advertisement of the public hearing on the amendment for June 7th.
Thank you, Dave. All right, let's start with a motion. or discussion?
I'll move that the Board of Supervisors authorize advertisement of a public hearing on an amendment to the COVID-19 temporary emergency ordinance for Monday, June 7th, 2021.
Second.
All right, discussion? I have one set of questions, one question / set of questions, if nobody else does. Dave, could you bring me up to speed on the masking requirements? Is there a difference between the CDC and the PA Department of Health? If there is, what is it? And which one are we aligning with? Because I think we mentioned both. I'm sorry if that's already indicated somewhere that I did not read properly.
No, that's okay. It's a good question. So the order was further amended just recently. So this is that there was an amendment to the Department of Health guidelines that references the CDC guidelines. It says in non-healthcare settings, when CDC's interim public health recommendations for fully vaccinated people or its successor allow for no face coverings, and if acted on in accordance with the public health recommendations. So that's the summary of the change that came out from the Department of Health, which the effect of that is to mirror the CDC guidance.
Okay.
So right now, those two regulations are the same. Our local ordinance is more restrictive. If amended as presented, it would mirror both the CDC and the DOH guidelines.
Okay. All right, so I will mention that, yes, I'm taking your word for it that is in alignment with Patton and College, but it is differing from the borough's choice.
Correct.
So okay.
That's
right,
correct.
And they decided that masking indoors would be required until they reached a 70% vaccination rate. Is that yes?
Well, so the borough, and forgive me just one moment, I can find the communication that I had earlier today from Tom Fontaine, but the borough manager. But as I understood it, they were going to be, their health committee was going to be meeting to consider recommendations for modifications for their ordinance. His expectation is that they're not going to change, that they're still going to require masking until, as you pointed out, 70%, the 70% vaccination rate is met. So I don't know whether that's going to take a different path, but at least as of today, their regulations remain in place for masking.
Okay, thank you, Dave. And do you know anything about the reasoning of why there's this difference between the borough's choice and the other municipalities' choice? I know we have different characteristics. I know that Penn State is still requiring indoor masking until 70%, like the borough. And I'm just wondering if you have the so-called donut municipalities perspective on why they chose not to do that, or why the borough did choose to do that. Thanks.
I unfortunately really don't have any insight. I mean, it's really just a matter of policy setting on the part of the elected officials. You're free to enact ordinances that are more restrictive than the CDC and Department of Health guidelines. So just I was able to find this. The State College Board of Health is meeting this Thursday, and council meet on Friday to consider amendments. So, you know, as I said, I think the manager is still thinking that ordinance will remain in effect as written, but there's a possibility that may change as well.
Right. Okay. So I would like to hear board members' thoughts on this discussion, if you have any developed thoughts on it. Steve.
Yeah, I guess my thought on it is that initially when we started this process, we aligned ourselves with the Department of Health. Although we went a little more restrictive, we were basically following the Department of Health. And I think for consistency, we should stick with that. For us to try to match the CDC or come up with our own thoughts on how it should be handled. I don't think that there's any particular reason not to stick with where we started out and just take the Department of Health guidelines and go from there.
Thanks, Steve. Others? Prasenjit.
Yeah, I would second that, and I would say that we just I have not formed an opinion yet or thought about it very carefully, but there is one advantage of aligning it with the Department of Health is that we won't have to revisit it again and again. If we just have a simple alignment with the DOH, then whatever they do automatically just changes. And if we think that we need certain parts that are to be a little more restrictive because of, because we are a college town or near a college town or whatever other reason it is, then we can think about that. But the general, if we can scrap it and have a simple policy which says, okay, aligned with DOH, and if you violate that, this is the fine to give the ordinance gives the citation power, which the DOH guidelines don't have. So that would be my preference as of now.
Thank you, Prasenjit. Lisa or Patty?
I agree with both of those.
Were you both going like this just now? Okay.
That was my thoughts too.
All right, then I think we're ready then to vote on this motion. All right, looks like it's just a voice vote. So all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Next up, we have a zoning ordinance amendment request for the general commercial district with Jenna Wargo, Director of Planning and Zoning, presenting.
Thank you. On April 30th, 2021, the Department of Planning and Zoning received a zoning ordinance amendment request from Craig LaCrone, his property owner of 3490 West College Avenue and 3510 West College Avenue, zone general commercial. Mr. LaCrone has requested an amendment to the general commercial zoning district to permit self-service storage facility as a permitted principal use within the zoning district. Mr. LaCrone believes that self-storage facilities are commercial-oriented use and is consistent with the stated intent of the general commercial district. The recommended motion is that the Board of Supervisors refer the ordinance amendment request to the Planning Commission for review and recommendation.
Thank you, Jenna. Let's start with a motion.
I'll move that the Board of Supervisors refer the ordinance amendment request to the Planning Commission for review and recommendation. This is Steve.
Prasenjit, second.
All right, any discussion? All right, all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no. Motion passes unanimously, and we'll move on to staff and committee reports. First up, Facilities Committee.
Let's see. In the Facilities Committee, basically we talked about a lot about the pools and just starting an assessment on the pools. The Park Forest pool, let's see, it was new in 2009. The assessments they were doing are basically running on like the exterior building, the interior building, and then the mechanicals. And they understand that the pool pumps are the things that we really need to be concerned about. And there are no spare parts. So like if the pump fails, there are no spare parts. And so it's a matter of trying to replace these motors and pumps, etc. And maybe repurposing the old motors and pumps as spare parts for the new ones, because that has been budgeted. Let's see, they talked about Millbrook Marsh, and this is where I have to apologize to you all because I couldn't read my own handwriting. I was frantically trying to take notes as they were doing this. But the Millbrook Marsh replacement of the boardwalk, they have 4 options. And I got option 1, which was a complete replacement, exactly as it was. And they're sort of reviewing the options now. And then options 3 and 4 was again about replacement, but with different surface and hardwood materials, etc., and looking at the longevity of those. Let's see, Whitehall Road Regional Park, we're going to have that discussion at some point, but basically they are looking at revised phasing. And what else? The COG building, the ownership of that and the options of that continues with township managers. And the AV, the purchase of the AV equipment has been approved, the updated AV equipment. So that's it for facilities, unless somebody has some questions. No? Okay, and then in HR, again, I apologize, I'm having a week. I lost my notes on my HR meeting, but basically what was in, I reviewed the agenda and we just reclassified a job description and approved that motion. And then the COG staff presented some of their preliminary pleas for personnel requests. And that was about it.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Patty. No questions for facilities. Any questions for HR? Okay, let's move on to the joint PSE and TLU committees, Lisa and Prasenjit.
We both attended that. It was a long meeting. You can see in your agenda some of the presentations. We didn't have a couple of them. We did get the Penn State wastewater presentation and one on solar panels. But the main discussion really, I think, and Prasenjit can add to this, was on the nature of the new committee. So we had in the agenda a draft mission statement with responsibilities and then potential names to call ourselves. But there was really, just some conversation around the responsibilities and the mission. There's just, I guess there's a lot of overlap, and there's naturally going to be a lot of overlap between committees on some of these things. So for example, water and sewer are getting added to this new committee, but not the environmental parts of those things. Those will go to the climate committee. So, how you draw those lines is going to be difficult. Because we even had something, we had a vote on something then about the, what was the clean water study, which yes, affects, the built infrastructure part of the water authority, but does also impact climate. So it's very tricky. We did not vote on a name, although we did come up with one that incorporated community infrastructure, because that also incorporates housing. We spent a good deal of time talking about affordable housing as a portion of this committee, recognizing that the issue should live somewhere in COG as a discussion point. And this seems like the best fit for it. So, I guess at this point, Prasenjit, I'll open it to you if you want to add some comments on it. I'm interested in what everybody thinks about this committee and the direction of it, overlap between other committees.
Yeah, I thought that there was an attempt to draw the line where, like you said, the anything related to climate change should go to the climate change, and then they and the services part the public services part would remain in this committee. But then there are issues like you mentioned, the water issues. Those become, in my eyes, those would stay in this committee. But you thought that should go to the climate committee. I mean, it does, everything does impact climate, but it's not like
Right.
sort of directly climate related. But that's the type of discussion that was going on. We did make some progress, but I think that'll come up for some more clear definition and at least some practices of what belongs where. And I wanted to add that I don't know if your plate is full. I mean, maybe we should decide on who attends this instead of both of us attending, because also, and it makes sense, there you have one vote per township, and so somebody would be a voting member. It becomes hard to make a unit vote with two people if we don't agree. And so I think if I have the Climate Action Committee and the Spring Creek Watershed Commissions, I don't know how much your load is, so I can either take this or I can cede this to you if the whole board agrees. And
yeah, so you had PS&E and I had TLU, so they're combining. So, I'm happy to stay on this one, because then I just have CCMPO, which only meets monthly, sometimes not every month. So I'm happy to keep this, and I think it seems like both members from each municipality are attending as they wish. So, and then at the last one, we just identified who was going to be the voting member for that month.
For that meeting.
So there's still a lot to be ironed out, I think.
Right. Teething troubles, but nothing.
Thank you both. Before we move on to the CAS committee, and maybe I'll change my mind after I hear this report, Climate Action and Sustainability Committee, I'm wondering why all three things weren't merged, because transportation is a huge contributor to climate change. Land use is another huge contributor to climate change. And PS&E, the things that are normally covered under there, have a huge component of climate change, like sewer, water, that kind of thing. I'm just wondering why all three things are not on one committee's plate, because they're so integrated. I can't even separate them. So I understand how difficult that would be. Anyway, that's my thought, but you don't have to answer.
No, I'll just make a brief comment. It does
Yeah.
make sense, and that's why we are having to split hairs to say, okay, water, does it belong this side or that side? And they encouraged people to attend both to at least get some crossover of ideas. So I might, if my schedule permits, attend a few more of them, at least in the audience, to make comments.
Well, I just then wonder, I mean, each committee takes a lot of staff time, overhead, elected official time. I'm just wondering if we should continue this thread of conversation. Not like right now, right here, and have some deep thought about it or anything, but just kind of keep that ball in the air as an option when we're moving down the road.
And we
Go
ahead, Prasenjit.
No, I was saying that they're already starting, have started to form these committees and put people in there and draw the boundaries. But I think you should bring it up but it's better to do it right, even if it means going back to the drawing board. And I would suggest that, I mean, to the executive committee or even the general COG to rethink this, or at least draw some clear boundaries and sharing, mechanisms.
I see Lisa kind of shaking her head. I feel like that insight just kind of came to me, but if I have a board majority, I'll definitely say something at this executive committee meeting, just like, hey, this is a thought that's being tossed around. Okay.
I'll add, we did talk with Marcella at that last meeting about staff work impact. And she hadn't felt any yet because she and I'm blanking on the staff.
Shelley Meadow.
Yes, yeah, Shelley. So they've figured out how to divide and conquer, and so they're essentially just keeping keeping what they had. So one's moving to this, and one's moving. Marcella's coming to this new TLU, and Shelley will move to the climate committee, so that they're not getting more stuff thrown on them. But, you know, several of us have commented that, you know, if we could have waited for the new facilities committee and climate action committee to be formed until we had taken a full look at the structure. And I think we talked about it here, that, you know, why not wait and look at the entire structure of committees at once and then form new permanent committees. Yeah, so you know, I think that's a good idea to bring it up at the executive committee and see what they're thinking.
Okay. Yeah.
But
Thank
there's
you.
kind of like a, we can do it if we need to do it, but you know, attitude there, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying not even like have the staff support, like Shelley and Pam Adams and Marcella could end up all at the same meeting with elected officials, talking all at on the same topic, all at the same time, instead of like, oh, and then this person reports to that person, report all of that kind of stuff. So, I mean,
well,
we'll see.
exactly. And we've discussed having liaisons from one committee. So from this TLU sit on the climate committee and report back. But part of this is solving other issues too. Like for instance, there's a representative to UAJA from the Center Region Planning Commission and to the stormwater or to the Water Authority. So, and they're both tied into TLU, but those services were tied to public services. So that was kind of an odd structure to begin. So I feel like we are correcting some things too at this time.
True. Thank you guys for this discussion of the structure. I appreciate it. Okay, I'll move that forward a little bit and see what others are thinking. Okay. Climate Action and Sustainability Committee report.
Yeah, so just one, I think we are not having a staff issue because there were two committees and now there are still two committees. So the staff is sort of aligning in a different way, but the only issue there, merging all three, would be the amount of work that would be there, and would the meetings be too long and unwieldy or something, and then we might need to meet. I mean, I would not, if it makes coherent sense for, then we might meet every 3 weeks or something. I mean, that something else could be done, and then we might have we might share the load between our members. Or, you know, right now we serve on two committees. Instead, somebody, you know, on that committee might just serve on that committee. But that's those are things you have to think about when if we decide to merge. Now back to the report. I think it was not that long a meeting for this one. Primarily the community forum for climate impacts happened, and Professor Fowler, who was the mediator, came and talked about the things that she has found, and people talked about the usual things about how to build consensus and education and so on and so forth, and what the what people wanted, and to some extent admitted that we have a biased set of people in these forums, because if people are interested in the issue, then they came. So there's a selection bias there. Then I think Pam Adams presented the partnering with the Solar United Neighbors. I now am blanking out whether I've heard that 2 times, either as part of Ferguson Township and then there, or maybe as part of the PSE TLU committee. So essentially, she talked about the options where and some of the interesting things that I noted was that that people can get into sort of solar purchase communities, and I asked them to have all that information available on their website so that whoever is interested can go in and check things out. So she gave some initial thoughts on that. And the rest is in the the other thing. There was a couple of letters that we were signing, which is just sort of standard. I thought that's nothing interesting. But with respect to the Recycling and Refuse Authority 10-year disposal transportation contract, there was some discussion which actually made the issue a little more complicated, is whether we want to go for the cheapest option versus if we want to go to a landfill which is a little further off, it's cheaper, but it's more transport costs and it wastes more energy to go there. And then somebody brought up the case, but the sites themselves, how much energy efficient are they, and so on and so forth. So if you're trying to be green and responsible, it just becomes too complicated at some point. And it's about $8 a month difference for the average customer. And so we sort of said, get us all that information. And once we have all the information with the costs and the benefits, then perhaps the community will revisit this and decide again. So that, and the rest was just regular stuff.
Thanks, Prasenjit. I have one question. Was it your committee that talked about the water study, the water plan? I don't know if it was your committee or not.
No, I think that was PSC TLU.
Okay. Yes.
That was
yes,
it.
Right.
PSC.
Okay. Thanks. Okay, because we got a recommendation to executive committee to move it to the general forum.
Mm-hmm.
I was just going to make a comment that I commented at wherever I was whenever that topic came up, which I cannot recollect at the moment, that I support it generally, but I kind of don't support it because I feel like we need to use common sense in our decision making, and that we don't necessarily need this study to show that, but maybe I'm not fully understanding this study. So for example, when we look at Whitehall Road Regional Park and the choices that we're making, we need to align them with the understanding that we're in that recharge area right there. And we need to fully understand that, and that we already do fully understand that, but we're not acting on it anyway. So is it common sense we need, or a study we need, or both? So I did make that comment. I know it's a little bit of a strong comment, but I did want to share it here. Those are my thoughts on that. With that, I'll move on to the Public Safety Committee, which I attended. And we discussed the Regional Fire Protection Strategic Plan that Steve Baer presented. And I do want to draw your attention to those attachments associated with that, that agenda item, because Mr. Baer really presented that information in a way that was so easily digestible, and the committee kind of aligned around that idea and thought that it could potentially be used as sort of a model of information presentation for each of the COG departments, a strategic plan component and a timeline, and the way that information was presented. And Betsy Whitman was there, who serves on the Climate Action Committee, is actually chair, and she agreed with that and mentioned that that committee also has a similar component. Not all committees do. So I think that that's a thought, again, about a structural idea with COG. It's got a diversity of departments, but to utilize a certain kind of a model of information presentation that's really helpful to the elected officials is a good idea. And Steve Baer really hit the nail on the head when he presented this information. So you can look at that. It'll be readily apparent to you hires over the next 5 years, how that information was presented. And I'd be welcome any questions on those documents that you might have in the future. Next, you'll see at the general forum, we're recommending a replacement on the Code Board of Appeals. Somebody had resigned and we're recommending an appointment. And then we had staff updates. So it's a good meeting. Any questions? Okay, with that, let's move on to the solar PPA working group.
Eric attended that. He may want to say a few words about it, but, generally the main action that was taken was to authorize the release of the request for proposals for the solar PPA. So Eric, I don't know if you had anything you want to add to. I didn't want to catch him off guard. I didn't know if he was snoozing, so I wanted to give him a little tee up there. But he unmuted. Eric, are you there?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Ah.
Hi, Eric.
Hi, guys. Yeah, they did release the RFP, which they've been working on for 6 months or 9 months, I guess. And
Eric, I'm sorry, I can't hear you right now. Could you, I don't know, move closer to the mic?
how's that? That better?
A little better.
Yeah. They released the RFP, which they've been working on for about 9 months. And it's to get the consultant that would come and recommend the actual developer for the project. So we still got at least 6 months to go, I guess, before they get to the point where they're going to actually send an RFP out for the project itself. But they did send it out to quite a few folks, and we'll see how the results come out.
Thank you, Eric. I had just one question. So at this stage, did we need to have the information about how much % of each partner's energy use was going to be part of the eventual project? Do we need that information yet?
Not at this point.
Okay.
They'll decide that when they get down to the final.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha. All right. Thanks. Any other questions? All right. Let's move on to the Joint Parks Capital and Parks Authority meeting and / Finance Committee, because a lot of that information is going to be merged. Because we talked about mostly Whitehall Road Regional Park, each committee. So at the Joint Parks Capital and Park Authority meeting, we talked about 3 main things. I'll hit the first 2, or the shortest 2 first. The Millbrook Marsh boardwalk we discussed, and we got the feasibility study. We received that. We're asked for comments, declined to make many comments other than we look forward to making comments because it was a lot of information. So we'll see that again in July, and we'll have received comments from other committees on which to base our comments. Because as Patty mentioned, there were some like facility relevant questions, like type of wood and how long it would then last, and all these kinds of things that might be relevant to our recommendation. And we talked about Whitehall Road Regional Park, skipping that for a second, going to the MOU with Penn State that we would eventually need MOU / then leading to an actual access easement with Penn State to cross the proposed M2V project land that we're still calling it, to connect Whitehall to Musser. There seemed to be concern from the committee about what if Barron retires and the next leadership doesn't support this? What would that mean for that eventual connection? I got some questions then after the meeting. Another thing we clarified. So one thing that's been on my mind is, if you recall, for instance, with the suburban park, easement across Penn State, suburban park bike path easement across Penn State land. We, Ferguson Township, we're the easement holder, we're the jurisdiction. So if you think of how the region cooperates on bike paths on this regional park and how easements are usually held, you realize there's kind of a fragmentation of the partners that are needed at the table to complete this task. So this kind of came to light fully during this discussion that although in the Whitehall Road Regional Park, we have that connection to Musser Gap asset of the bike path that we always talk about, that is there in the master plan. We talk about that as being a done deal with the Musser Valley, Mountain to whatever, Musser to the project. So we talk about those things as being kind of a done deal, but they're really not. So it kind of came to light that yes, indeed, probably in this scenario as well, Ferguson Township would be the easement holder or the jurisdiction. Typically in bike paths, the municipality where it's hosted funds that, pays for the installation and the repair and all of the maintenance of it. Yet, right, this is connected to a regional asset that the region is counting on this connection. So who is responsible for moving that effort forward? So we talked about how it would be best to do that. We're going to follow up on that conversation. But basically, it seems like maybe what might happen eventually is that the Capital Committee would request that we, as a township, engage with Penn State on that effort. And perhaps the region might support that as a regional asset. That could be one outcome. And I think that would be a good outcome because it acknowledges the reliance of that path that Whitehall Road Regional Park has as a regional asset. Okay, so that was kind of a long explanation, but it was a really good conversation and really enlightening. Oh, and then also we talked a little bit about the crossing and how that would be relevant and what the situation we're in with that right now on Route 45. Okay, so the main event was the Whitehall Road Regional Park, and Parks Capital talked about it in two ways. Finance talked about it from that financing perspective. Parks Capital then added in another layer of confusion and complication that were the options, the not financing options, but reduction options. So when I kind of try to make a synopsis here, those are the words I'm going to use because we have two sets of options. We have finance options, which is really the kind of only question in front of the general forum, coming in front of general forum. And then we have the reduction options that were explained to the Parks Capital Committee that would be related to the finance options that we pick at general forum. So the reduction options, and I'm going to ask Dave, I'm sorry, could you possibly put up the two agendas? One would be the Finance Committee agenda for the financing options, and the other is the Joint Parks Capital Park Authority agenda for the reduction options. So we can just briefly hit these because this will be what we're having in our minds when we have our brief discussion at general forum, which I'll just add. You'll see through my presentation of this thanks, Dave.
Is this the financing options?
Yeah, they are the financing options. I was thinking of it as they were presented in the words in the agenda. So this is just like, oh, it's the numbers instead, but this, right, makes sense.
Okay.
Sorry, I lost my train of thought, but so we'll be presented with these financing options. So Steve, I'm going to ask you to hit these and then I'll add anything in from Parks Capital Committee that was clarifying.
Okay.
And then I'll talk about the reduction options and Dave can shoot them up on the screen. Thanks.
Okay, well, this is actually pretty straightforward here. This, because we have discussed it but we have real numbers now, which is the difference. We got fantastic interest rates from, the proposal from Jersey Shore Bank. Well, if you look at the column 2, there is the existing. Right now, it would be $7.3 million. We pay back $8.75 million if we did nothing. The option 1A is just to refinance that, and all the savings go to the municipalities, which means we would be borrowing $7.4 million because there's some cost to the borrowing, and we would pay back about $900,000 less, which is a pretty amazing difference, more than everybody was thinking, actually. So option 1B is putting all that money back into the park, which means continuing to pay back the total amount of $8.7 million over the 10 years, but we could borrow almost $8.2 million that way. So that was the option 1B. Option 4 was to borrow $9 million, which is then the payments would be approximately additional $800,000 over the 9 years. Yeah, compared to what we're paying now. That's right. Or 1.8 million over what we're paying now. Yeah, but borrowing 2.6 million more. So essentially, the discussion at finance was to make a recommendation to the executive committee, which will then make a recommendation to the general forum, which is what we're going to address next week. The finance committee recommendation was that we go with option 4, which is borrowing $9 million, but restricted in a way that we initially would make available to the park authority the amount in option 1B, which is $8.18 million. And any additional amount above the $8.18 million would require another vote by the municipalities that would have to be unanimous. In other words, the authority's got to come up with enough justification to convince everybody that the money should be released. The way it works is we would actually only borrow, we would have a credit line of up to 9 million. We would only borrow 8.18 million to start with. And then the others would remain as a credit line for several years, I think 3 years before it would expire. So that's the option that the finance committee recommended. I don't know, executive tomorrow is going to discuss this and decide whether to recommend that or something else. My preference would have been to just authorize 9 million right off and not have the restriction on it, but that's sort of a compromise restriction to put the restrictions on, basically to make sure that, or to make it easier for us to get on board, essentially. That was Rich Frank offered that. So that's what we're going to be looking at. My assumption is the executive will make the same recommendation, and we will have a motion next week to authorize borrowing up to 9 million, but initially only borrow the 8.18 million of it, and any additional borrowing have to be a unanimous vote. So.
Thank you, Steve, so much. Well done. So I'll just add a few things. So Steve mentioned what the motion was option 4 contingency option. So
Right.
It's sort of like, yeah, so that's the language you'll hear used. Whoa, the screen is flashing like crazy right now. Wow. Okay. Right. So the language will be option 4 contingency option, which is reflective of what Steve said. It means that for 3 years, there would be the option to borrow up to that amount, initially only borrowing up to option 1B amount. That would be meaning that the savings would be automatically reinvested into the park. The item I'll add is that the contingency provision, I'll call it, which requires unanimous vote of the general forum in order to release more money, will be found in something called a participation agreement. That participation agreement would be, or a version of a participation agreement would be a thing in any of the options. So if we decided option 1A, option 1B, option 4, contingency 4, there would always be a participation agreement, and that's where you're going to find these terms. Now, in the past, you'll hear Joe Vigilone say, in the past, we've used this before, and we have, but what we've never required in a thing called a participation agreement with multiple municipalities and with the park authority is this unanimous approval of general forum. We've never required this in this manner before. And my understanding that is current, but I don't know if that is going to carry through, but thus far when I've asked the question, if we will be also having that contingent participation agreement before us at general forum when we decide on the option, the answer is not necessarily. It's more like we hope to have it at a time. So I indicated I thought that that was very important if we were going to be voting on this contingency option that was predicated on an agreement, a participation agreement. It would be important for the elected officials to see that as well, because that is the mechanism by which we would employ that contingency vote. The only other thing I guess I'll note about that is that it was discussed, I can't remember if it was Parks Capital or Finance or at both, that the option 4 contingency option does assume that the savings are reinvested back into the park without any necessarily guarantees of the which of the unfunded items are going to be funded. So that I asked, could that be included in a participation agreement? I don't know that I got a real definitive answer, but I would think yes, if you could include unanimous vote. Because I was trying to find a mechanism by which we could guarantee bathrooms regardless of which option we eventually went with. And so I was a little bit focused on that participation agreement. Okay, so I guess before we move on to then just briefly hitting the so-called reduction options, that there's an interplay between financing option and reduction option. But before we move on to that, do we have any specific question about the financing options, what was exactly proposed, how it would be implemented, or anything like that?
Yeah,
Okay.
I would ask if Dave could put up he did have a document from Joe Vivian about that showed our amounts on this for each option also. I think that would be worthwhile before we make a decision to see what the effect is. Just the Ferguson.
Shares? Or shares?
Yeah, Ferguson share. So this is again the same options, only looking at our share of it rather than the total number. I mean, I'm not sure that, whether it's a useful or not, but I think we should at least see that, because when you're looking at 9 million, it means it doesn't necessarily tell us anything about our commitment. So this would be,
That's existing.
the existing.
And then here are the options broken out by municipal share.
So what you're saying is we either pay 2.4 some million with
The current one, if we
existing
didn't refinance.
option
or
1A,
option 1B.
right, 2.2 if, okay. Okay, so the difference between option 1A and option 4 is between 2.2 and 2.7 and so on and so forth. Gotcha.
So that's the, that's brings the numbers to what our commitment is as opposed to the overall commitment.
Thanks, Steve, for pointing that out. I think that's useful, but I think my focus right now is more about how we can ensure we're getting what we want with whatever option we choose, which somehow relates to how the bathroom is still not nailed down and how we could maybe achieve that happening.
Well, I'm afraid that may not be nailed down because we have no clue what the bids are going to come, how the bids are going to come in because they're rebidding everything.
Oh, okay, as
Had-
nailed down
had
as
we-
possible
if we
within
get-
our chance.
If we get the same bids that we got before, then option 1B would be sufficient to add the bathrooms. I don't know if that, I don't think we can count on the bids being the same though. That's where the problem comes in.
Oh, I agree with what you're
Yeah.
saying there. I think that knowing that is important as we think about the problem that we have or the opportunity or the decision we have before us. But I think that looking at the numbers that we have, doing the math on whether it's possible with what we have is kind of a first step to be able to understand what might need to happen with the bids when they come in to actually manifest that to happen, if that makes sense.
Right, but the problem is that we have to make a decision on the loan next week and we won't have the bids next week.
Correct. That's correct. That's correct. But let's go to, Dave, if you can pull up. So in Parks Capital, then we talked about reduction options. And unfortunately, there's no attachment that spells this out with all the information that we got verbally. But if Dave can pull up the agenda to the point where it talks about this, it does use words to lay out the reduction options that the park authority would look at depending on the funding that is selected by General Forum. So in the middle there, the options provided from them looking at how to reduce the cost. First option, removing 2 natural grass practice fields. In the meeting, then we got the information of how much cost that would reduce. And yes, Steve, that all was based on bids that have already come in. And we acknowledged in that meeting that that might not be 100% accurate. And in fact, it probably isn't 100% accurate, but that's what we had to look at. So that's what we used. And so, for example, option 2, I just took some pictures during the meeting to try to keep that data so we could look at it just in our minds. Option 2, which would be eliminate the 2 practice fields and half the western parking lot. That would save $725,000. So if we wanted to still recommend as a board option 1B in financing, where the savings of, let's call it $900,000, goes back into the park, plus recommending that the authority take option 2 reduction option, they would have an additional $900,000 plus $725,000 to put into a bathroom, an irrigation, and the small maintenance building. So I'm just illustrating how we could, back when we discussed this a while back, theoretically, in the current budget with the refinancing and the savings being added into the park, with these reductions that they've proposed, the 2 practice fields and half the western parking lot, where in our meeting, they went through how they would preserve the ability for programming, preserve access from the bathrooms to the parking lot, to the accessible playground, meet all of these criteria. They could take this reduction option and save this money based on previous bids, yes. The shortage, I believe, based on previous bids, was something like 1.3 million. This scenario, option 1B financing and option 2 of elimination, gets you to 1.6 million. So you have a cushion to cover any increase in bids, theoretically, and I'm not being accurate, I'm ballparking here. That said, and then maybe we could use the participation agreement to say that we said yes, and we want these savings to go to the indicated unfunded items that were listed in, right, the three things. So we want to guarantee that that's what's going to be funded, what they said, all of that. So, but yes, out of finance came the 4 contingent that we could also perhaps use participation agreement to mandate those same things. And we would have unanimous voting purview over release of funds after option 1B. I would say, even if we were as a board to support that option, that we would do it contingent upon that savings being used for bathrooms, because we want to make sure that's prioritized. And we don't want to have to go back to unanimous vote for it. So to get that in the participation agreement would meet that agenda. Last note, before I want to open it up to any questions, and we're not really looking to come to consensus here, right? But just to open it up to questions. Last thing is, I really am up in the air on the legal teeth that would be held in this participation agreement relating to unanimous approval of the general forum, because it's a very new thing. It's never been done. The recommendation was given by a financial lawyer that I respect that opinion. Yeah, you have a participation agreement and it relates to the loan, but how does that have purview over a governmental entity's agreements? And requiring us to make unanimous vote is still a question up in the air. So, okay. Any questions on all of this information that's been presented? Steve or myself?
Other than what's it all mean?
Yeah, what the heck? Okay. All right, great. So I'm going to take that as meaning everybody does have a good understanding, and they'll follow up with questions via email after the meeting if they don't, and not that we're all just like way too much information and way too late to be able to manage this. Okay, with that, let's then move on. I don't believe we have the other committee reports, do we?
I did have a couple comments on the finance in addition to that.
Sorry.
One is that we are going to be looking at the funding mechanisms, or we're recommending to the executive committee that we look at the funding mechanism, because we have the COG general formula and the modified formulas for most things, but then the library is based on circulation. The active adult center is based on number of visits. And essentially we raised the question of, does it make sense to have different ways of looking at these? Maybe it does, but I think we need to ask that question. And so the finance committee did recommend to the executive committee that we take a look at the funding mechanisms we have across the board and see if they make sense in terms of, one another and everything. The other thing is, I just wanted to comment on the source water risk assessment. And I think actually executive committee can approve the budget amendment. I don't even think it goes to general forum, but as an editorial comment, I think you were saying things are sort of obvious, so why are we, needing to consult for it? I believe that the real root of this whole thing is the water authorities think things are obvious, and the sewer authority think things are obvious, and they have very different opinions about what's obvious. And that's what's driving this.
That's a good point, Steve.
Yeah. So that's all I had on the finance committee. So
Thanks. Good points. And I appreciate that conversation about the formulas. Lisa.
Before we left committee reports, I just wanted to mention that CCMPO will be meeting later this month. And if you have any comments you'd like me to bring up about the PennDOT pathway study on new funding alternatives, I can bring those to that discussion.
Yeah, tell them not to do it.
And you were too brief for Laura.
You were totally, I was crunching ice. Okay. And do we have any other committee reports? All right, let's move on to staff reports. Dave, you're up.
Nothing to report on specifically unless there's questions on what's in there. I will note that I'm going to be out of the office beginning June 5th, returning on June 14th. So I'll be out for the week of beginning June 7th, really the work week. And so June 7th, we have a board meeting. Centrise is going to be acting manager in my absence. She'll be staffing that board meeting on June 7th. But I'll be there for agenda review on Friday to kind of help walk through everything, and I'll still be drafting up the agenda. But if there's any questions on either my report or any of the other staff reports, I can answer them or get answers if I don't have the knowledge at hand.
Thank you, Dave. Do we have any questions for the manager or any other staff reports? Lisa.
Prasenji, don't yawn yet.
Sorry.
I was trying not to yawn earlier. We were so short last time. So I did want to ask, I know Dave Modricker is not here, but I did want to ask about our flashing red light in Pine Grove Mills. I was interested in an update on where that study stands with the consultant that we had engaged, if that is if any new communication has taken place, I guess now that we know that Penn State's going to be back in person this fall. So I was just kind of looking for an update on that. And then along those lines, I just really am wondering what we can do in the meantime. When I drive through that intersection, which is very often, now as the weather gets nicer and warmer, I continually see pedestrians crossing there, groups of kids. And what is happening a lot of times is that one car will stop and allow the kids or, whatever pedestrians are there to run across. And this is just an incredibly dangerous scenario because you cannot trust all of the cars to stop when they're not actually expected to. I was recounting this situation to my sister, who reminded me that when she was in high school here in State College, somebody was killed that way in Boalsburg trying to cross because somebody stopped for them where they weren't supposed to, and her friend, they were in high school, ran across, and another driver didn't stop where they were not supposed to. So my level of concern is just, really heightened, knowing that, school's about to let out and everyone's been cooped up and now people are out, and I'm already seeing these groups of people out and about, and this activity is kind of new with these cars stopping and allowing people to zigzag across that intersection. So, to sum up, I'm wondering what we can do. Maybe the only place we can do something is on Nixon. I don't know, but what can we do as far as signage or painting on crosswalks, or what can we do in the interim? I feel like we're just I don't want to see something bad happen there, and it just looks like an accident waiting to happen to me. So it's a conversation I'd like to pursue, but I did want to bring it up to get the wheels turning there. Yeah.
So no change in the Pine Grove Mills mobility study thus far. We haven't resumed traffic counts, and we still aren't seeing conditions out there like they were pre-COVID. I think it's really at this point we can proceed whether those conditions are going to whatever the outcome is of the survey is actually reflective of what we can expect in the future once things do return more to normalcy. It's difficult to tell. We've had some conversations with Rob Watts, McCormick Taylor about some modeling, predictive modeling that may be, generally usable. And, that like all modeling has its benefits, but also its setbacks. And, the uncertainty that lies ahead, I think just makes that even more of a concern. I will follow up with Dave. I haven't had enough. I was just referring back to the notes as you were talking there, and I haven't had an update on this particular thing since last week. So it's possible that there's been some discussion, and I'll follow up if there's any new developments. As far as what can be done in the interim, I did direct Dave Modricker and Ron Seibert, township engineer, to begin work on more of an internal SOP, standard operating procedure guidance, for analyzing and considering warrants for crosswalks. And so that once that's developed, and they just got started on that, I don't have any timeline on their completion. Will give us some direction on what conditions warrant them, and this may very well fall in that category, given it's at the intersection of two state roads. There's other hands that need to be involved in that particular intersection and safety improvements that may be beyond our control. I might suggest that you use the MPO as an opportunity to kind of voice some of your concerns about maybe interim safety improvements that could address pedestrian accommodations there in the meantime. Have you brought that up with the coordinating committee at all?
Yeah, we talked, but the problem is that intersection is on the long range plan as the realignment. So that's
a good idea. We could do that.
Yeah. So, we had conversations about trying to just break out the traffic signal as a smaller safety project. And even that was met with resistance, and I know that Frank, and I've brought up these concerns. I've brought up other concerns on Route 45. Frank Harden has brought up concerns with traffic on Route 45 and his end. And it's, it's just really an immovable force, so I'm looking, more to the township as what can we do? So, you're right in that PennDOT does need to be engaged there. And you're also right that it's these other hands that control those routes. And if they don't have an interest in making a change, it's not going to happen. So, I don't know. I need to think some more about it, but it might, entail a letter from the board describing current conditions and safety concerns. So, maybe that's something that I can bring back as a consent agenda item that we move forward with in that direction and see what, particularly with signage, if we could get signage and crosswalks painted, they're horrible there right now. So, and there is really no signage to speak of. So that might be the best route, whatever we can do on Nixon, that's the township road. So whatever we can do there, I think we could move forward with, and that might be a catalyst for something to take place on these other roads. So if we can get this discussion going on our end, maybe it's minor, to do something at Nixon, but if that's all we can do, that's all we can do. And I can, move forward with creating some type of thing to bring back to the board as a letter of concern and suggestions to bring back to the MPO.
That's
Yeah,
great.
I mean, PennDOT doesn't have high standing with me right now with pedestrian accommodations at intersections. They've got
Yeah.
very rigorous standards that if they're not met, they just aren't interested in doing it. I doubt that pedestrian accommodations would be, well, since they're not warranted at 26 and 45, it may, I mean, aside from a little bit of traffic during peak hours, it is likely that they wouldn't be met there too, or perhaps it hasn't been studied yet. I have a follow-up call scheduled on the issue at 26 and 45 with Dean Ball at District 2. And I'll mention it to him, see if he's got any suggestions or ideas for how there might be some temporary safety adjustments that are made. But PennDOT's position on pet accommodations is very objective. And if it doesn't meet their standards, at least recently, it seems like they're not interested in accommodating.
Yeah, I think you're right. I appreciate you bringing that up with him. I think, a couple of the differing characteristics you could mention there are the high residential volume that exists right there. And it's within a mile of the school. So, these are pretty significant factors. There's the post office there that is a rural route post office. So people are in and out of there every day who don't get mail delivered to their homes. They have to go there, walk there and pick up their mail. So, these are, I think, really significant factors. So maybe, I'd mention those, but yeah, like I said, I'll put it on the consent agenda, work on something to bring back to the MPO, and whatever Dave Modricker maybe has for suggestions for what we could move forward with on Nixon, we could do that at the same time.
Great.
We can. I mean,
love-
just to be clear, the intersection at Nixon may still be in state right of way. In fact, it likely is. Sometimes there's a bit of a conflict with who has jurisdiction over the local roads that intersect with state roads. I would think that we could probably add a crosswalk there with minimal objection from PennDOT, but it's possible that even that segment of that intersection is not in township right of way.
That's really
So let's
move to that.
Sorry. So let's move forward with like this all fronts movement that you're describing, Lisa. I think it's a really good idea. It's a big problem. And as Dave has indicated, there are multiple tendrils of problem. I'm going to add just a wee bit to this dialogue, and that is that the chair, isn't Eric Bernier still the chair of MPO?
Yes.
Okay. So he has been in on the Parks Capital conversation about the crossing at Musser Gap.
Okay.
And I don't know how that got some sort of special category of crosswalk, but there's no residential areas around there. There is a recreation path. But it got the crosswalk. Now, the only problem is who's going to repaint the crosswalk. And most of that boils down to dollars, not so much as, who owns the road or who has purview over the road. So that's on 45, just like this intersection that we're talking about, just like the problem that Frank Harden is talking about. There's a whole corridor there. Pine Grove Mills is trying to get that grant to make that into more of a well-known recreation corridor. There's tons of state assets that are connected. There really seems like there is a large political base to move forward with some consistent safety improvements on that entire corridor. So let's get it done. Let's look at it. Let's move forward in every area we can, bring something back to the board in a consent agenda, and let's talk about next steps. That's what I'm thinking about that. Because, yeah. Other questions for any other reports? I have a communication to the board then, and I forgot during our agenda item, we did actually agree in favor of this person's comment, but I did tell them that I would read their comment during the appropriate time, and then I forgot. And that comment was that they had hoped that we would not be more restrictive on the indoor masking than what's currently being promoted by CDC and Department of Health. So we did rule in that manner, but I neglected to mention that comment from Ms. Anderson. So I did want to mention that for the record retrospectively. Thank you. Any other communications to the board? All right, let's move on to calendar items. You see them before you. Any questions? All right, with that, let's move on to adjournment.
So moved.
Great,
Second.
thank you all. Thank you all. Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Bye.
Night.